live. Oh, right. We're working on making like infinite world gen today. So that should be fun. I guess we'll find out how well that turns out. So I didn't really do that much over the weekend because I had my cousin over, so I was busy doing that. Being a good host, but interestingly, if you look at these mountains, see the snow-capped mountains. This is not actually me doing this. Like originally, I hard-coded in that mountains above a certain height are snow, but these mountains aren't actually doing that. At the moment, it's grassland is green and mountains are white, and it's just how it blends the mountains. Is like this is a lot of grassland that's getting mountain heights fed into it, like as it calculates the height, and then above a certain height, the mountain actually wins as the primary biome, but the mountain only gets to be the biome when it's above a certain height, which is why like only the tips are white, is because like only the tops of mountains are actually mountains. The rest of them, I guess, extreme hills would be what I would call it. But yeah, it's just a little bit interesting, like the emergent behavior of originally it was hard coding a certain line where it became mountain, and then I accidentally tripped into that with just a way that my coding works. So yeah. Anyway, the way that the infinite world gen is going to work is basically just as the player moves around. If a chunk gets further than a certain distance away, we'll just like unload it. And if it gets within another distance, we'll load it back in, or like we'll regenerate it, I guess is the way to go about it. So it really shouldn't be that hard because it's just basically going to be like map the player's location and use that. So at some point I have to get rid of these fucking yellow lines. Also, apparently in this current world gen, like it's never desert, which is a little bit annoying, but I'm assuming once we get to desert, it's just going to suddenly be nothing but desert, but you know, we'll be right. Okay, so, do this, we've heard to be the player. So, actually, what we could do is we could go like biomes, it's a map gen. Fine. So map gen must have its own thing. Yeah, map gen. So I reckon what we can do is we can go like mod struct. We can have a render distance. Render distance. Right, and this is just going to be an U32. We're going to make a U8 if we wanted to like really be like cap from distance player can see. And then we're going to derive debug and resource. Right, so that's our render distance. And then we're going to have a different one, which is going to be so again, debug resource, and this is going to be struct generation distance. Right, so the render distance versus generation distance. So let me document some of this stuff. I don't know why my brain system really like wants to document things in Node. So the distance which chunks will be set visible. Right, and then we go here and we say the distance the world should be generated out to. This is used so this is used so chunks can be generated before they are visible, so the player doesn't see chunks popping when they move around. Okay. So, I'm a bit confused about how YouTube's saying my average view duration is 4 minutes for the 0 people viewing. It's a bit weird. Yeah. Right. So I think the player should do the view distance bit. Really, the view distance should probably be inside the player part, but the layout of the stuff is just getting a bit out of control. So like this file's already looking a bit clustered as well. Okay, so we're gonna like fm update visible chunks. Right. So this needs the interesting is not the player that we actually need, because technically the player stays single. It's the offset, the view distance, which is render distance. Okay, okay, aside I'm gonna move that in here. Right, where will we play up mod here? Yeah. We're gonna struct view distance, render distance. Okay, so we're gonna have the res render distance, like so. And then we need, I guess, like chunks, which is gonna be like a query for chunk ID and new visibility. I also think technically we should probably be doing it on the chunk blocks. But I did that off stream, so we're going to ignore that for now. Sure. So we say for chunk visibility chunk, let distance equal chunk ID. I want it to be a round map, so we just go like chunk ID dot distance. Distance squared. Manhattan distance. And we just pass in offset. Do it for offset. So we go, hey, chunk ID Manhattan distance. No. Oh, it's because it's probably that you need double dereferencing. Right. So we go, hey, chunk ID Manhattan distance, and we say if distance is greater than view distance, you need to be deref. Deref mute. Core ops. No. std. Compare partial ordering. I think this is how you do it. So it needs to be partial equal, okay. Derive partial equal partial order. I want this to be equal. I think this works with this. Yeah, you. For the trait and What do you mean? Oh, partial, okay. I am equal partial equal U32. Distance is a U32. What the fuck do you mean? Goes away. Mismatch type. Oh, well, what the fuck? No, why did you do that? I me again. So we do need to do references to get the access to that. And then expected type count. I do have to go the other way. Is it view distance is less than distance? Hey, there we go. All right. Apparently it's only 1s visibility. Right. So we update visibility and then to do this, it's making a weird clicking noise. So you can go down here, right? Detect chunk transition. Right. I'm gonna go add systems on into it. No. Update visible chunks. Wait, no. Schedule is, I guess, pre-update. Update. We update visible chunks and we run if resource changed chunk ID. I really need to make this its own fucking type, but anyway. Wait, you go like this, don't you? It's like that. Right. So what this is doing is we're saying update the visible chunks whenever the player, whenever this resource changes, and that resource is changed by the move the universe on the ship, I think. Yeah, so basically, when the player leaves the current chunk they're in, we send a command to say, hey, move the player back in. And then when we do that, we also update which chunks are visible and which chunks are not. We need to instantiate the resource. So we need to go like app.init resource. Render distance, and then the default render distance. We're gonna say it like really low for now, but we're gonna go render distance. Symbol default for render distance. I should maybe add some persistence to things. Maybe I'll put that on the default self for. So is make settings persist. It's not that hard to do. We just need to like bring in like Bevy PB. Was it? There's something like key value store, KSV. Yeah. So there's like a Bevy KSV, which is like a crate that lets you just sort of store a string and then pull out the name when you need it. So. Alright. How are we doing render distance wise? Okay, so I think this is one working backwards because when we move, I don't know, it's working kind of okay. What's going on? Interesting. So I probably should be using Manhattan distance then, because Manhattan distance seems to be having issues with what exactly is a decent distance away. It also should probably be slightly higher because of the fact that we can move like 2.5 chunks The offset's not necessarily what we would think it'd be. 5's also probably just a bit too small of a chunk size, but what's the other one? Distance. What the fuck is this? Okay, well that's actually what we want apparently. So Chebyshev distance is the maximum metric or element in metric determinants on a real coordinate space where the distance between 2 points is the greatest of the differences along any coordinate dimension. Right, so this is actually like exactly what we want. This distance is basically saying, like a little picture, it's like a chessboard. So it's saying like, is it one space, or is it 2 spaces, or is it 3 spaces, or 4, or 5? So it means that like your diagonals aren't actually further than your near. So it actually just generates square view distances, which is actually kind of like cool. But I guess like, yeah. So effectively, we'll have a view like a cube around the player that you can see, rather than a like a view distance where viewing diagonally causes the distance to be further. Because I think that's what's going wrong with the Manhattan, is that like technically looking at a diagonal is further. So as soon as we leave this chunk, it's going to recalculate, right? I mean, this looks kind of right, because it's like, as we go, we generate more chunks. Obviously, it's really obvious because we're only like doing a view distance to like 5, and 5 chunks is not very far. And the other thing is, it's not just purely 5, it's 5 from whenever we leave a chunk, which means we're actually like able to move, because we can move within the middle 3 chunks, and then we're running 5 chunks on top. So you can actually see like we're getting to like within 3 chunks of the edge, and then it's updating. But like, this should let us generate way bigger worlds. So when I queue the world, I guess technically what we want to do is only queue effectively like the square of the view distance, which is fun. So I don't know how expensive it is to update the map generator thing. Where is it? The chunk generator. Chunk generator. So you call something along the lines of it's not generator, I don't think. Oh yeah, sort queue. So we have to call sort queue. I don't want to be doing this every time because sorting is expensive, but we want to do something like I guess we should probably have like a set dirty function or something. Like in user public. Right, so you just like set dirty, and that just sets itself to true. And the idea is that we can access that from other places, and we can go the player controller, move player. No, it's this one. So you were firing on something. Sure, I can put it in here because it's like res chunk generator. Oh, it be res mute. Is that better? The issue is if I do it too much, it like makes everything roll off the side of my screen and I can't find anything. Go to this. Right. Okay, cool. Hopefully that's better so you can read the text a little bit easier. I keep forgetting to make it bigger, because when I'm doing stuff myself, I like having lots of everything on the screen. Okay, so we've generate, and we say this, because of how it works, we're just going to generate set dirty. Right. So this is just a way of being like, well, actually, we should probably just do it in there. Where's the like, move the player, not the universe, detect chunk transit. detect chunk transition. This is where it should go. Because technically, this is actually what's causing it to become dirty, is that we are updating the player's position. Right, and the reason for doing that is basically just that whenever we generate, we don't want to be generating like queuing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of chunks. And every time the player moves, we want to be rendering only the chunks closest to the player first, so that if they basically move away, you don't start rendering chunks that have now moved. We don't have chunks rendering that are moved away. So next I got to work out first where the hell that was. So chunk generator. So unicode generate, it's down here. There's somewhere where we set a specific number of chunks it's allowed to make. I think that's actually pre this. It's like here or something. Update mesh generate. This functions to be arguments. Yeah. So if mesh just is empty and this is about printing it. Where is it? Okay. Mesh generator tasks.len. Okay. So if it's generating more tasks than the maximum chunk tasks return. Okay. When I call generate, I should probably actually make this work out how many tasks it's going to do. Somewhere we take a certain number. Yeah. Thread times task pool. I mean, in theory, it could pull that off. I guess the number we want queued is basically like one row worth of chunks. So I want to do something like the so the number we're taking is self.max task pool to task.length. So effectively, we're just going to keep adding remember like times like plus pool dot. What can I pull from the pool? Nothing apparently. It's like Bevy tasks max. No. Async task pool. I forgot what I had here. The fuck? How did I? What did I have here? Gotta undo the whole thing. Copy this first. Let's keep undoing. Okay. Pool number threads. You know what I had? Okay. So we want to do this and then like plus the number of threads. Just like I don't want it to run every single time because it generates one chunk thing. So I want like more than one task to be queued at any one time. I actually do wonder because it takes 16 milliseconds apparently to generate chunk. Is this going to make it faster? Because I suspect that part of what's making my chunk generation slow is that they round robin the chunks or something, or like which means that it's like you can have 2 or 3 chunks waiting to be generated, like where they have to, like they get halfway and then so we're generating 30, 32, 32, 32, 32. So we're generating way fewer chunks per frame. And apparently that made it take way longer. Which is interesting, which does imply that maybe the chunks weren't doing as much. I don't know, that's a bit weird. Anyway, doesn't really matter that they're a little bit slower. Maybe it's just not getting as quite as hot, warm of a cache then. Effectively, it taking twice as long to do a chunk. It doesn't make any sense because we're actually timing the chunks themselves. Yeah, I don't get it. Anyway, where is our max chunks? How are we determining our maximum chunks? When do I set this? Look down here somewhere. Apparently, no, that's when we use it. Up here, from world. Right. So maximum chunk tasks is just 250. Right, so this is basically just saying that we're adding like 30 chunks to the at a time, but there's still 250 chunks to be being generated at any one time. Interesting. So the maximum chunk tasks is going to be let max equals world dot resource view distance render distance times by dot pow. I want to say 2 because we're like basically we're saying we want to go if the render distance is 5, then we want to queue 5 chunks across and 5 chunks high. Oh well, 2. So like just square it, and then we say that this is our max. As you size. So that should translate to if we set our view distance, it's only going to queue 25 chunks at a time, or it'll queue slightly more, but it means it'll only render one. It'll only start queuing 1 frame's worth of things. Interesting. Oh, like that. Something through a bunch of errors. I should also probably make them render invisible, and then when they get added, they should be, if within render distance, be set visible. So we're effectively, yeah, queuing like 40 at a time, because I think I also said add the parallel worth. Because theoretically, you shouldn't be able to see it. It's kind of the issue, isn't it? Like, I want to see if you can, like, kind of see the... I should also fix the sun. See, like, it's still going pretty quick. Because the idea is it takes less than a frame to render a chunk. Well, actually, it takes slightly longer than a frame to render a chunk. So we should probably actually, like... maybe times 2. I don't know why my chunks are slower when there's... Effectively, you can render like 2 chunks in front, maybe 3 chunks in front. The issue is that as soon as I boost the render distance, this number is going to explode. So I don't really want to make it too big. So we're going to go like back to here. I'm going to say the default render distance is like, let's say 10, because that's going to, that makes it immediately up to 200, which is basically what I had before. Just going to generate enough chunks to do an entire row in front of the player, which is actually going to be way more than a row in front of the player because the map's not actually high enough to generate that. But also you can tell it effectively is finishing 30 or 40 chunks a frame. It's kind of funny. Right. Right, okay, so then the render distance is working kind of fine, to be honest. I feel like I need to trigger the settings window so that the render doesn't do that. Anyway, we need to go back to our map gen, and we need to go, hey, generation distance. So we have our maximum map size, and then I guess this technically goes 1 layer up, doesn't it? And then you need to have the same things as the other one, but anyway. This, yeah, everything needs to be tidied up. It's getting a bit crowded, anyway. So, generation distance. So when we call sort, I guess we can take in the generation distance in our this, and we say gener max distance. which is our generation distance. Task. Well, so somewhere we queue something. So this is running through all the tasks. This is okay, so this just does the task stuff. That's down here. So this is that renders if it's so that's about debugging steps and running stuff out and task.lenders. So this is I'm gonna start documenting stuff so I don't like rerunning the logic what's happening. So this is don't give me chunks queued or being generated, otherwise nope. What the fuck? Why are you just making shit up? No. This makes sure we don't queue chunks far from the player, then have them have to wait for new chunks. Wait for that. Okay. Just make sure we don't queue chunks far from the player. Then have them generate before near. Okay. So when we call generate, we need to work out something like I assume I can look at the queue like if self dot queue, no wait, it's not, it's mesh generator dot queue dot, I assume it's first because we do like, do we just take, right? Like we don't reverse it, do we? No, we do reverse it. Okay. Oh yeah, because it's, I want to make sure that we take it from the end so we don't clear it out. Yep, that's right. Because it's easier to take from the end of it of an array than the beginning. Somewhere here. So with queue dot last. If let sum last. We should probably do this inside the thing just because it's a little bit like weird. There. If let sum last, and then we say let this equals last dot distance. Do we have the player? We have the player here, but I don't think we convert the player into anything. Also, it'd probably be smarter to stop using the player. Or even use the player. We should probably just use the offset, because that's the center of the world. Anyway, when we say distance to offset, dereference, okay. You don't like that because apparently I think it's a dereference twice then. There we go. Alright, so with the distance to the offset, and we say if distance if max distance less than distance, yeah, I'm gonna do the other way around. If distance is greater than max distance, we return. Right. So this is don't generate chunk too far from the player. Right. You fucking shut up with you. This is a bit of a hack. So we have to find whether we did our max distance thing. We have to implement that stuff. So impl par equal distance for u32 then equal, and then impl partial order duration distance for u a partial order that. Right. So that should let this work. We have to still dereference it, but only once this time. So double. Okay. So don't generate strings too far from the player. Don't generate chunks too far from the player. So this should mean that we don't get that massive spam. Well, actually it's going to crash because we don't have that resource. App.init resource generate distance. And then generate distance is default or from world, so we can be like like impl generate distance. Yeah. Impl from world for generated. This is going to cause a little bit of a weird situation where it's going to be like this could end up crashing because it did this and did that. But anyway, so we're going to say let view equals world.resource render distance, and then we just say u equal view dot zero of view different view plus 2. I got double dereferencing. Yeah. Right. So effectively we're just saying maybe even 5, I don't know, 3. We're saying we're going to generate 3 chunks further than we can see, which should then result in it like not generating the entire map, but as we fly around it will generate the map. Now, why are you not working? Am I getting it wrong? I guess I'm getting it wrong. Okay. So we need to go like this, and say distance to the last chunk in the queue. Oh, I don't think we order the chunks until after. That's annoying. Yeah, okay. So it's 159 because we never actually ordered the chunks, which means we need to go to U. We need to go right. I actually want to say that the position is actually an IVEC3. Then we say sort Q. We're going to take in IVEC3 because I think like self.dirty and then center. Like we literally convert you to a float and then back into an IVEC3. So we're just going to do this. Okay, we're going to take in, not even that, just offset. Actually, we'll just call it a center. I'm going to say you take in a center and you just check in a chunk ID. And then we don't have to do all this. We just say sort. Make a Manhattan distance. Manhattan distance. Even Manhattan distance might be right. We might want to take the other one because again, like we kind of want to generate things that are within so many chunks. But Manhattan distance, I think, technically is correct because it's like we want to generate the chunk that you could physically get to faster, but we want to render the chunk that was like the same distance. Right, and then instead of taking in the player's transform like this, we can just take in the offset, just pass an offset. It's like a dereference offset. Then we go, hey, you're actually a center, which is a chunk ID. Right, and then we just place in center. So I think I want to maybe move this and have like a FN. No, self. So we take in center, just chunk ID, and a distance. Generate distance. Max, which is a U. Right, then we say if let sum last equals q last right, distance from you to you, print line distance in last chunk in q. Okay, distance is less than or equal to max, otherwise it's false. Right, so we're going to go back up there. We're going to say first off, should generate is going to say self unity sort q. I think that's how that works, which then means that kind of sticking a lot of stuff inside that one function. I'll come down here and we go, hey, so if not mesh generator should generate, and then we're going to say center dot dereference offset max distance twice. Okay, max distance of 0, I guess. There. Okay. So, and then you could generate. So that should have sorted you, which means when we go into generate, we can tell generate not to bother with sorting. So, I guess it's like if Q is empty, return false. Oh, I guess it's more like well, actually this would catch that anyway, because if it doesn't have a last, so we can just like not do that, because if there's no last, then the queue is empty. So we don't have to sort your queue, and we just get the task pool, and we just bother with that. We don't have to give you a center anymore. Actually, no, we probably should still give you a center. Oh, and we can probably still give you a distance. I probably should cut that anyway. So that means that you are actually the one if not self dot should generate return, because what I just realized is max distance 0, right? And we can just get rid of this one. Is inside a generate, we probably want to say because we take it from the queue, because that means that we can actually we don't want to swap remove, I guess, until after, so we can say like if chunk dot center is greater than max distance continue. I don't even think you continue, you break, because the queue, we should be going from nearest to furthest, which means we can just break. Because that's the advantage of doing things in order, is that we can just stop. Now, the making a vector and doing all that stuff is probably a waste of memory, but see, so generated 200 chunks, 58 A 40, and it's not empty. I kind of do want it to keep generating chunks, but like it can generate chunks way faster. It's doing like 224 chunks. Oh, maybe it's just saying that, maybe because it's printing the word 224, but it's not actually generating. Possibly. I don't know. I'm curious because I'm wondering when I get to the other end, because you can clearly see I can almost catch up with the chunk generation, but that's telling me that I'm actually like just generating chunks. So it reckons they're taking like 20 milliseconds each to generate, which is interesting because it makes them technically slightly slower, but like it's generating hundreds of chunks per frame. I guess it's maybe because it's taking me 2 or 3 frames to get to the next chunk. Now you can see that like it's just fast. I do feel like maybe we should modify the stuff. Okay, so I guess I should commit this. I'm going to say add view and gen distance. The idea being that you can like tone it down if it's too aggressive with its generation. But what I was thinking is, because I do have like a weird bit of code somewhere that like packs the world into blocks rather than just chunks. So like each block consists of I think it's 3 by 3 chunks or something. And the idea being that for the sake of calculating visibility and render distance and stuff like that, you use the block. So I'm not sure, because it just means that like when you're rendering tens of thousands of chunks, you have like, well, when you have thousands of chunks, you only have hundreds of blocks, because there's like a tenth as many blocks. Like on a 3 by 3 by 3, that's like 27 times less entities you need to run through. I don't even remember where I put this fucking thing. Player look, move the universe. Yeah, I think it's this move the universe. So I actually moved the block by 1 chunk rather than moving the whole thing, which means that we could theoretically detect block. Question is, can I like get the center block of the chunk block? Interesting. We could just check it first child. It'll make them like a little bit like where you could have like a jagged edge. Anyway, update view chunk, update visible chunks. So I reckon if we said like the offset's a chunk, and then we can go like block. Yeah, like a map block. And then we go here and we say right? No. Chunk block. Not a block. Wrong block. Chunk block. Right. So we have our chunk block, and we say our chunk block, and we say the distance. So the issue with this is that we need to say that like this is the offset. So we probably want to put this specifically onto you. And we go like which takes in self and the other chunk ID and says that let A is self.0 and what? No, go away. So you're, and then you're like times chunk block size, and then we want to go A dot distance other, dereference other. dereference other. Right, because you just take it. Yep. Cool. So that should maybe work. And then we say, like, you only have to do that once now. So you pass that distance in, and we use that distance to actually work out whether we render them or not. And that should just make the rendering code just that little bit faster to run. Because now instead of hiding and showing every individual chunk, we hide and show every individual block. Now, I do feel like I've made the render distance much bigger. Interesting. But it should like be notably faster in that instead of having to do it 27 times. I feel like that's also not doing the right distance thing. Yeah, it's not actually detecting the change at all is what's happening there. So map. It's fine. Need to work out why. Yeah, so they're all still in their chunk blocks. It's not like I've broken that. So it's just not doing this ever, which is interesting. If view distance is less than distance. Hidden. Okay, wait a second. If view distance, yeah, it's less than distance hidden. Right, so it's saying if you, that's why you need to put that kind of shit. So what's happening here is it's not generating because generation code, but it's just, it's not being hidden at all. So why is it not being hidden? Print line distance, view distance, chunk at distance, and view distance. You need to be dereferenced twice. Why? All right, so you did that, but then so you're like, is it distance? Oh, I bet they're set to visible. The chunks are set to visible somewhere. Visible. Don't place it with anything, please. We need to say like visibility visible. So what is this? This is a chunk generator root. Okay. So you're visible, that's fine. So the next we have visibility visible. So that's you. Okay. Hide empty chunks. So you should be not going visible. You should be inherited. Right. Because when that fires, it will get every single chunk. And then this is the visible chunks. And we spawn them in, we spawn the player in. What? Why are we spawning the player visible? Okay, strange. Chunk lookup, spawn, map root. Wait a second. Are you the same thing? You have a root. Chunk lookup, map root. I think both of these have an issue where like we've got duplicate roots anyway. So we have a thing called chunks and okay, anyway. You're visible, which I don't care about, you're visible, and you're visible. Okay, so everything else should be set to inherited or not change, which should, in theory, make we're able to turn that off. Because that's the idea is we're switching the parent on and off. So see, like we're turning whole blocks off behind us. Now it's a little bit weird because apparently the we need to like at least add a block because that's what's happening here is we're not generating all the chunks in a block. So blip 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 blip. So there's, you can move quite a distance before a chunk will pop in. Now, maybe a, because I think at the moment the block's like 3 by 3, but not positive negative, which makes them like 9 by 9. It's interesting. We gotta find this chunk block and go, hey, F12U, chunk block size. So it's like 3, but it's also, it's plus and minus 3. Like, it's your, so your world position is this times this times this. Which means that, like, these are very big blocks, because that makes them like 7 by 7 chunks, so if I make them like 2, I'll make them 5 by 5, I believe. We should just make it like less jarring, because at the moment we've got a view distance of 10, and we're basically effectively turning off and on half of the view distance at a time. So these should be much smaller blocks, but obviously like less of a benefit, because we're now only cramming what's it, 25 by 25? 225 blocks, 225 chunks at a time. Okay, I'm trying to work like what, because we move way faster than a Minecraft player would, but like, can you see chunks popping in and out? I guess we can just go into like turn off fly mode and just like actually run and be like, can I actually see while popping in and out? Same as we currently like can still kind of see way further than we probably should be able to see, simply because there's no fog or anything, which means that we can like actually see it. Like, I'm pretty sure this is still rendering further than Minecraft would ever render. No, maybe not, because I think it's 25 blocks. Minecraft's like 30 or something, 30 chunks. Chunks twice its size. We're doing 10, so this is like a render distance of 20 in Minecraft, I think. No, this is the render distance of 40, so it's beyond Minecraft, isn't it? Well, we're definitely not going to see anything. There's a giant mountain away. Well, it's a very bizarre. What the fuck is going on? I'm holding shift and it's like causing weird, like, because we're moving so quickly, we're like immediately teleporting to the nearest corner, which is not the most effective way of traveling. Like, I find it funny that we can actually travel faster when we're not holding shift, because we don't get slammed into the corner, I guess. Interesting. These are very tall fucking mountains. You could just turn the mountains off and, you know, not have massive mountains everywhere. God, okay, I'm gonna turn fly mode on, fly over this mountain. Tall. Right. Let's just drop me on the top of this mountain. I just, oh, fuck it. I hate that it does that. They can't fucking spawn a tick box. Tick, untick. No? Am I not falling? Oh, I'm not falling because I'm... Right. I'm not falling because I'm too tall. Too high up. And it counts anywhere outside of the map as being solid. Which I maybe should just make it return not solid. Anyway. I think we're at the end of the map. Oh no. So you can see it popping in, but it's more like you can see it when something big in the distance spawns in. And again, if we had like a fog or anything like that, it would become like way less obvious. Because it's more or less just like a really fuck off big mountain just spawned in and blocked the sky. But you could see, because like you can see infinitely to the horizon. There's no fog. So but this also does mean that I think we can make the map like way bigger now in terms of like generation. In theory we can make it infinite, but that's another. Where's the... So we can give ourselves like stuff like way more up and down, and we can also be like make it, I don't know, like 32 wide. 32 should be outside our view distance, because our view distance is 10. So that means we can like sort of travel anywhere we like, and there should be some walls in like every direction. Then we need to like add this to our settings, and we probably should also like, ooh, that's interesting. Our chunk generation went like way down. So we just turn fly off. Like, what the fuck is happening over there? So that's happening because I'm assuming it hasn't generated the chunks underneath, which is meaning that. Right. So fix that. We need to go to our however we queue it up. Our render distance, when we generate our render distance, needs to be not +3, but instead plus it's like block, what was it? Chunk block size times 2. Well, I guess times 3. I don't know. What's it? Why are you? Oh, because I don't want to cast it back and forth the time. That's why. As you right. So we're doing times 3 because we need it's 1 for the center, and then 1 times itself either side. So it's times 2 plus 1. And then we kind of actually want to be like a little bit more because we want to generate further that we can see. And the issue at the moment is we can effectively see the view distance plus half a block or something, or half a block worth of chunks, which is why we keep ending up with that weird situation where we're rendering a chunk but like bits are missing, is because it actually hasn't generated those bits and they're within our view distance. I guess that'll just like always happen, won't it? Maybe less. I don't know. The way we work out what we should generate is different. I do love these mountains though. It's such a lovely looking world. The fuck. Jump, jump, jump. Okay, we need to probably stop it from printing everything because you can really feel the lag spike as it fucking screams about what it's doing. Alright, so first things first, stop spamming shit in the console. I think if we use the Bevy like debug stuff, it's less laggy. Chunk, block, distance. Okay, that's like, is it here? Print line. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. This just like calculates off something and prints it out. Okay. I mean, how do we make the world gen infinite? I mean, the other thing, well, I guess the only thing missing for making it kind of infinite, first of all, is making the map descriptor not have a limit, but that's like an artificially enforced thing just for like generating things. We could also make the view distance different in each direction. It's kind of a bit weird. What do I need to do? Well, first off, I need to get it to stop telling me how many chunks it's generating every time it does it. So, I don't know where it does that. Print line generating chunks. Okay. So I guess the way to make it infinite is just to remove the map size stuff entirely. Because we could simply just like make it check the distance, and if it's within the render distance, queue the chunks. But what we don't want to do is like regenerate chunks. So I guess what's this if it's not in the chunk queuer? Okay, so we first off need to make it clean up chunks as it goes. So at the moment they disappear. So it's like here we need to go like we need to be like derive, like I guess debug and resource, and it's not generate distance, it's persist distance, right? And then we go, the persistence distance is I guess our view distance times 2, I guess, like times, I don't know, times 3. The idea is that the persistence distance is going to be used to be like, hey, do I despawn a chunk now? So say hello persistence distance Okay. So that's going to be all our persistence distance. Yeah. So, you know, like fn clean or remove bar chunks. So we have our offset, we have our persistence distance, we have our lookup, and we query it, and we say for entity chunk ID iter. Can we make this look nice? Thank you. So for our chunks, we say let distance chunk ID this, and then we say if distance is greater than persistence distance, lookup remove. No, not that. It's I think it's just like this, and then we just say I don't actually know if I clean up the parent or not, but we're going to leave that. I'm going to say commands dot entity dot remove entity dot despawn. Right. Go in. You're the same thing. You need to trigger app dot add systems is like update remove far, and then it's dot run if resource change chunk. Oh, that's not how that goes. That goes chunk ID. Right. So if our target chunk ID disappears, we will despawn those persistent chunks. And in theory, that should result in like the world sort of despawning behind us and then being regenerated when we go back. Something's not. Oh yeah, we never said app dot init resource persistence distance. This is just like how far to keep it so that we don't regenerate chunks if the player sort of walks back and forth a little bit. We're basically going like, if you travel fucking miles, then we won't. But if you travel only a little bit, we will. But we'll keep it all loaded as long as you're not traveling really far. Otherwise, we'll regenerate when you come back. So the idea with this one is that you can see it's all generated that way. We go this way, it's all good. We'll go this way. But you can see it's like has to climb its way back out. Right, something's using distance over here, not the Chernobyl thing. It's like you can see it stops. Interesting. So I bet like if we go back now this way. Huh. Oh, wait, it's some kind of fucking wall. Oh. I'm guessing we have overfilled the GPU. Yep, okay. Which has in fact just tanked performance. Perhaps. Yep, definitely looks like we tanked perfect. Okay, so how did that end up happening? We kept too many chunks loaded, I guess. But our render distance isn't that big. Which tells me that, like, Bevy's not clearing out stuff, I guess. Right, because, like, well, you're not full either. What the fuck is going on? What is... Why are you getting stuck? Like, you don't seem to be doing anything. Are you stuck in an infinite loop? No, it's saying I can't hit tab, so it must be running frames. What's going on? Hmm. Is it like if the player leaves a certain region? Because like obviously I'm flying really quickly. I could be like slamming at the edge of the map and having no. So my suspicion is that the like the persistent thing is like touching something that oh we're probably hitting a read write lock maybe. We're like deadlocking somewhere. No, because nothing should be touching anything. We're like so what I'm curious about is like, is it doing it like the second we try to despawn anything? Because if it's doing that, then it's kind of funny. But like, it also narrows it down to like that it is kind of just like a deadlock that's happening. That like if we despawn a chunk, something's trying to use. So like, do we freeze the second it tries to despawn anything, or is it like maybe it's going to just be spamming forever? Despawning chunk? No. Oh wait, what if the problem, if I just keep doing this, is that we may be despawning a chunk that's still being generated? Oh, no, it's blocked up again. I reckon that's probably it, actually. Because the issue is I don't actually know where I'm at in terms of, like, I could relook at that and go, we froze. God, I gotta get rid of these yellow fucking lines. Where did we freeze at? Too many yellow lines. We got to -20, -22. And I reckon if I, like, zip this way, it'll freeze much sooner. Apparently not. Well, apparently we're only at like -6. So -15. And I'm curious if I go so much slower, is it gonna work? So I reckon what's happening is we're like despawning a chunk and then trying to like insert that chunk. So the idea is if we just like kind of slowly go this way, we should never really reach the edge of the map. But it's not quickly enough for it to actually do anything. It's also apparently like picking the wrong chunks because it's like missing a whole block of chunks. That are actually, we should probably be spawning them in hidden. That's what's happening. Well, they should spawn in inherited. The block, wherever the fuck I do block stuff. Block. Block sized. Okay. Chunk block. Oh, block. Can you spell please? Thank you. Block. Right, let's go to U, and I go. I bet when I insert U, on insert. When do I spawn you? How do I spawn? I think it's you that actually does it. Like, when am I actually generating the chunk block? So you get your ID and you look up and you insert yourself into there and then you do this and you do that. You do this and you do that. You need to make sure that the chunk block spawns in invisible. So you tell me that's the bet it's chunk ID though. I don't remember what that is. Chunk ID? I reckon it's you. I reckon when I insert you on insert block. Okay, so we say player entity skip the player. I don't think the player has an email. I don't think this is even required. But anyway, block index minus block world transform. So we say look up. We say let block equal if let some block entity otherwise spawn. Nope, we literally just stick block on. Okay, chunk block. So you require visibility, and that equals visibility hidden. The idea being that we can spawn them all in hidden, and then we unhide the ones, because that's part of what's making that weird effect happen, is that like the chunks can spawn invisible, and then because the block is visible, and then but it's actually outside of our render distance. Yeah, okay. So it is a little bit weird, but that's more because like the world's being generated quicker than it's supposed to. Interesting that we can get to them before they're supposed to. Okay. Anyway. So despawning chunks at 0. And that's when it crashed. So 0, 17. Go to like -20 though. Like I don't get what makes those chunks special. Like outside, like, is it the chunk at 0 that's the problem? Alright, you don't get what's going on. So 0, 16, let's keep going to 0. I'm gonna wait for a bit. Interesting. That's definitely the edge of the world. And it froze again. But like, this is working, which implies that it's doing something. Maybe that's in another task. Maybe it's like an async thing that's going on. But like, look, my escape works. I can't do anything with the screen, but like, so systems are running, the rendering's just fucked. Like, I can't interact with it, but like, it's still working. Systems are still running. I don't know what's going on. I suspect we're like killing an async thing. Like if I turn off the despawning like beyond a certain distance persistent stuff, remove chunks, like if I just return, like, and we just never despawn a chunk, I suspect that it's despawning that's killing it. Like we must be despawning, we're either despawning something that's causing a recursive loop while it's despawning, which I can't see happening, because I can't imagine Bevy let a loop form in its hierarchy. Or I reckon like we're trying to get, yeah, like we're trying to get an entity or something, and it's just dying. But it's because whatever's dying isn't telling me that it's dying. Right. Okay, so what the hell uses got to be chunk IDs or specific entity? Right. Who the fuck is requesting? What even needs the entities? Like the task, maybe? Like it could be like when we generate set you, and then we run through the tasks. I reckon it's like, is the task finished? So we have a chunk ID. Yeah. And I reckon like when we despawn this, we need to go like tasks and like drop the task as well. Because I'm pretty sure tasks is yeah, so I don't want to remove it from the lookup. I reckon it's actually could be you. So yeah, on remove. Yeah, so you remove yourself from there. My worry is that it's doing some kind of recursive thing here, that it's like looking itself up, and then anyway, we need to go world dot resource mute, because it's chunk generator dot remove dot cancel. And we have to go give you a cancel generation function. So effectively, we're just going to drop the thing. So we're going to go like pub and cancel generation, which just takes in self and an ID, and it says like if let some task ID dot remove task dot cancel, and wait for it to stop running. Right, cancels the task and waits for it to stop running, return the output if it completed just before it was cancelled, and none if it didn't complete. While it's possibly a simple drop task to cancel it, this is a cleaner way of cancelling because it also waits for the task to stop running. Cancelling tasks is unsupported on the web as the same as awaiting the task. Okay, so block on. It's getting despawned, so I could just literally drop it, but... and I probably should, because technically, like, it's going to do a lot of despawning, and I don't need tasks to be spooling down and slowing everything down. Why are you not liking this? Because something down here doesn't like it. I think I'm missing a clothing brace, maybe? No. I mean, you do just return, so... so you're that one, you're that one, you're that one. Where's your problem? Am I missing something up there? No. I can't imagine I'm missing something. I am missing something up here. You didn't put a fucking clothing brace in. Thank you. Alright. Bevy tasks block on. Right. Run. Okay. The question is, does blocking on the task make it better? So, because I suspect what's happening is that we're waiting for a task to finish that never finishes or something. I don't know. Oh, that wasn't smart. I should be going backwards, because then I can like see when we... okay, so locked up again. Yep, we're just frozen. So honestly, just dropping the task is probably a smarter idea, because then it, even if the task gets locked up... but what's it doing? It's a better question. So on remove, where's the chunk ID? On remove, cancel generation. Just drop the task. I don't even think we need to like let sample. We can literally just drop the task. Because we're cancelling the generation, so we don't actually care. This way. So, why? Who's touching these fucking tasks? Do I have to profile it? God damn it. Alright, we'll turn profiling on, and we're just gonna go like Bevy features. Honestly, it's like docs.rs, because effectively if I turn profiling on when it freezes, I can just like look at what froze. Like what task is currently running. Like if I just give it 30 seconds and then trace Chrome, and we just release. It's going to take ages, and then I have to go as quick as I can, because these files end up being gigabytes in size, and then they crash Chrome when you try to like launch them, because Bevy does so much shit in such a small amount of time. I'm making like a voxel world renderer at the moment that I'm going to turn into like an idle game that has like multiple levels, so you can like, zoom in and out on the different voxel levels to like explore a world where one block's a kilometer, to then explore like a region where a block might be a meter, and then to explore like a town where each block is like 10 centimeters, sort of like idea of being able to like, scale up and down as you move around. And the idea is like you're not going to have like a persistent world where Minecraft where you build and then it's like that's permanent, like every change you make to the world. Instead it's going to be more like you make large scale or small scale impacts on the world that change how the world's generated when you come back and go away. So like if you cut down a lot of trees, the forest will become less old trees, more young trees, sort of thing. So like when you regenerate the map, there'll be lots of small trees because you cut down all the big ones, but like there might still be big ones that generate, because like the idea is that you're not necessarily looking at the world on a one-to-one scale, if that makes sense. I like to think of it like kind of like a RuneScape is supposed to be like a representation of the world, not the actual world. So the idea is that like us as the player fishing in this fishing spot is not like actually pulling hundreds of fish out of 1 square meter of water. It's that the river represents kilometers of river, and that one fishing spot saying like this area or this like 1% of the river is worth it. And like each town is only a few houses, but like there might be hundreds of thousands of people living in the town, but it only renders a few houses because it's like, well, only the important NPCs, and like the representation that there are not important NPCs. So you, so it's a cool like lore thing of RuneScape, I think. It's like the idea that like you're not actually pickpocketing the same man hundreds of times, you're pickpocketing random people hundreds of times, and it's just like there's only one man to represent the population of Lumbridge. There's only like a half dozen people because they represent the different people. It's that kind of idea. Is like as you scale in and out, you get different representations of the different things and scales. The original idea came from like a Minecraft idea of being like, if you, instead of just having passive mobs just spawn in on like a timer, there's like a, you know, if you kill too many pigs, then like the percentage chance of a pig spawning goes down. If you breed lots of pigs, then the percentage chance of pig spawning goes up. And that like if there's enough pigs in the world, they just sort of despawn, but it gets put in like a pool of like that increases the odds that more pigs will spawn. So like the more pigs you breed, the more time, like when you leave and come back to an area, like if you've been breeding lots of pigs, the odds that lots of pigs will spawn is much higher the more pigs you breed. But like not, it's, you don't actually have to have all like 10,000 pigs actually loaded. Anyway, we've got to go until it crashes, and then we wait like 30 seconds, and then we close this and we go, how fucking massive is this file? It's apparently 1.5 gigabytes, which actually makes me kind of think it's kind of small. That's like trace Google. No, it's trace like how do you do like trace.chrome? How do I do this? It's like a fucking website, or like a URL you go to. Oh, it's Chrome tracing. Wait, this page. These pages are intended to be used by, but it may not be. To enable them to navigate to Chrome URLs. Okay, weird. Then we go load. Like YouTube projects. Voxel idle game. Trace. Right. Nothing to see. Excuse me? Did you like, maybe it's because I Alt F4'd? Close. Why did the trace not load? It did something. I think the trace is bugging. Like, that probably explains why it's only 1.5 gigabytes. The annoying thing is like some of the key bindings work, but like see, it's doing something, but I don't think it's writing the trace anymore. I think it's like actually like frozen. I mean, it's 2.5 gigabytes. Question: can you open it now? Error while loading okay. Like, do I click close? The issue is that, like, it's frozen. Oh, close worked, apparently, actually. Never mind. So does that mean that because we closed it properly, can I load it now and do, like, Bevy attach? No. Annoyingly, I think I have to, like, edit in a text document, which I'm going to actually edit it. So open anyway. Maybe you're performing enough to be able to open this. I just know it's ridiculous because it's, like, so many things that it doesn't. Just insane what these things contain. Kind of want to open it with, like, Notepad or something. It's a JSON file, apparently. We can try making another one, I guess. Okay, no, apparently we can't. Visual Studio Code is apparently dead. Okay, you can stop. Well, it killed my terminal too. So that's fun. Render and release. Okay, so if I select quit now. So this trace worked. Well, this trace is like 7 gigabytes. So maybe this trace is actually working. It's just that it took that long for the Chrome to actually, like, it's 7 fucking gigabytes. Nope, it really doesn't want to open it. Okay. But you can load this one, right? Like, this is, yeah, so this one worked. Did not finish. Yeah, cool. Cool. Render thread did not finish. Sub app. So effectively what I'm looking for, I'm curious what this is. What is his name? Entry schedule Gotta, like, zoom in and be like, what the hell are you? Extract schedules. The render thread and this and that. I'm annoyed because I'm like, how the fuck do I get it to... I suspect it's not closing properly. So we need to, like... So it seems to be reading keybinds, like key presses. So, like if I need to escape, maybe it's a Windows thing. Like, maybe it unlocks and locks the key binding regardless of what I do. So we need to have, like, some kind of kill. Quit. And then we go, like, no, don't call that. Call, why is it like it again? It's not going to do anything because it's like Bevy's not finishing. So we like keybind input and just pressed, and then, like, yeah, you just, like, send app exit, button input key codes, and then it's message writer app exit, and then like app send app exit success, and then we write. Okay. Oh, we have to look at actually, but there's not escape. It's because I'm gonna accidentally hit it all the time. We're going to, like, F9. F9 to kill the process. App dot add system update. Quit. I don't think it's gonna help because, like, it's running into that. It's not actually gonna do anything because we're kind of, like, getting locked up. I'm curious what's doing it. Like, it could be that the read write locks are all, but I can't think of anything that, like, cares. Okay, so it's like entirely a rendering thing because, like, it worked, which implies that it's not that it's locked up permanently. It's just not rendering the next frame. It's not showing anything either, but is it still got, like, lots to write or something? Because, like, no, apparently not. You did finish, yes? Yeah. Rendering pipeline. What did the last thing the rendering pipeline do? Rendering name, sub app, rendering. Phase E, process ID, time in seconds. TRD rendering, main thread executor. line. Pipeline rendering. Schedule. So, I mean, try to do something apparently. I don't know what it's getting stuck doing. Load. Yes, please. It doesn't like it. I don't know why. It's just like not showing up. What the fuck's going on? And it's only when I try to despawn chunks, which means like it's quite clearly got something to do with and I believe at this point we're only here. So it's it's either this function. So I guess I'm gonna go like this. Oh. We're just gonna go like despawn. I'm just trying to work out where it's getting stuck. So like if it freezes up and still keeps printing this and it's saying like it's stuck in there somewhere, we can like do it in a loop. It's like the fact that it's still doing something is it's kind of just a rendering issue. I probably should have, you know. Yeah, so it's not continuing to print anything. So we're actually like officially locked out. But like maybe that'll, like maybe it is actually doing something. No, it doesn't actually be like letting me move. It's not like rendering the next frame. Something has gone horribly wrong. But what? What is gone horribly wrong? I don't get it. What is your problem? Oh, probably also shouldn't be. So Bevy's definitely like still. That's even more bizarre because that means it is actually doing. It's definitely running in the background. We're not spamming despawn because we're not moving, and we're not moving because like so it's literally just like the rendering is fucking dying. But it's like dying quietly as well, which is even more. So like we like entity like despawn. What is going on? Like can we like try despawn? Like that would actually be kind of funny is like if it gets hit twice. It just like blows up Bevy. But like other things are still running. That's the even more confusing part, to be honest. Try F90 again, and then we'll if those traces don't work, we'll just like it's annoying that tracing is not working at all because like the only time I can get oh that's interesting. It didn't print the like hey I'm closing this thing now. Which is, let's open this one. I do wonder if it's like not finishing writing everything out. So like this one says like object process event thing. And then you would just click empty, you know. They're just empty. It's weird. So fucking weird. So apparently the answer is we can't fucking despawn chunks. Why not? What is fucking touching them? Like, if I said like chunk ID, it's going to be something like this, because that's going to be like everywhere. So regenerate chunks isn't running, so it can't be regenerate chunks. Chunk lookup remove isn't doing shit. That's it. Like, that doesn't make any sense. There's got to be more than, I guess they're all the references, so maybe we could go like not referenced, and also case sensitive, please. So physics does this, which is the world offset. We don't care about the world offset. We don't care about that. You shouldn't do anything. You are just literally importing. You shouldn't be doing anything. Generate chunks. Get passed in a chunk. Okay. So when we pass in generate a chunk, it could be somewhere in here, but I doubt it. It's got to be something that uses the entity as well. Like resource change is not going to be this, 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 not going to be this. Should generate. No care. Okay, can't be that, can't be that. I mean, something could be getting stuck in a loop, I guess. I just don't understand what. Actually. Get. No, not gonna be any of these, not gonna be any of these. Not gonna be you. No. What is it? I mean, that one could possibly do something. Oh, actually, there's a whole bunch of things it could be. This shit is not crashing, and that's what makes it hard to track it down, because what it could be is that it's like consuming a piece of information, I guess, like would be the way I'd phrase it, I guess. So like when we despawn all the chunks, it could be like it's despawning an image or something, and hence it's like why it takes a certain number of chunks being despawned. I also kind of wish I could like work out exactly what chunk is being, because that's the trick, isn't it? So if I point this way and just like, right, because it's like away from those mountains, point that way and just go zip. When do you crash? Oh, I need it to actually tell me the fucking chunk, please. Turn off insert. So be like despawning. Right. I want to know if I just shift and W, because it's always going to point me in the same direction. Shift and W every time should get me in the same place, because it should be 60 FPS. We should be like just like ready to go like play. Interesting, we're pointing down. Look straight up. Shift W. And go. When do you crash? 14. When it unloads 14, the furthest one it unloaded, -16. It's the furthest it unloaded, -16. I guess we should get it to print maybe like where we are. We play, we look forward, we go, oh, forward, please. Okay, so like it didn't even like despawn the same ones. Chunk. So we have offset. Can we like, when we get to here, we say, I just want you to tell me the offset. Right. I don't know if that's going to work, because I don't know if offset has debug. Apparently it does. Or just blind me. So this should just print effectively like the same thing a lot. Okay, so you stopped at -2, -31, which is interesting. Interesting. Wait a second, negative 31. The fact that it stopped at negative 31, I think that the chunk I said it's 32. So maybe that's what's happened, is that when we try to despawn a chunk that doesn't exist, because we're doing like the lookup maybe, I don't know, that shouldn't. But if it crashes at 31 again, negative 231, now the question is, if I turn 90 degrees and run the other way, if we also crash at negative 31, that's implying that it's got something to do when it stopped 31. Got to chunk 31 and it stopped. Froze at 31. What the fuck does 31 have to do with anything? Okay, so it is one in like 20, 20, so if I turn like this way and keep going, so it's not gonna crash, not gonna crash. So the fuck does 31 have to do with anything? Okay, if it ever tries to despawn chunk 31, what the fuck are you doing? It's X31 as well, not Z31. I was thinking Z31, I'd be like, oh, we're going outside the map, but like, what? Which implies that potentially we can despawn like everything if we just go straight up. No. Fuck. The fuck's 31 got to do with anything? What am I doing that 31 crashes? Okay, the despawn works. Turn that off. Stop doing caps lock on brain. So despawning 31. Why is it 31? What does 31 do? So it's got something to do with on remove. So you just do uncertain. Okay, on remove. So I doubt it's you. Self drop ID. The drop ID. Yeah, it's fine. I don't know what the code's doing. You. The fuck is 31 doing? Is it got... Okay. Wait a second. The distance is 31. So you're not going to be stuck in a loop anywhere. That's what's even more confusing about this. It's a persistence distance. U distance times 4. So it's gonna, fuck knows what. 31, 32 times 4 is gonna be like a different number, basically. 41. Well, first off, how are you even generating that many chunks? How are you despawning chunk 41? I'm in chunk 41. When you despawn. Distance. I don't know. It kind of makes sense. And that when we're in 41, something's funky about the distance, and my assumption is that like it's actually so bizarre that flying straight up. So distance is equal to 41. But like it deleted before 41, right? Yeah. So like every other distance, but as soon as it hits 41, and I'm guessing it's going to be the same with all the other axes as well, when it hits 41. So why the fuck do you care? And then 41 it stops. Or negative 41 it stops. Wow. It could be that it's just getting really, really slow. Like, basically, like when distance. Honestly, it makes actually zero fucking sense why I would be doing this. My only thing is, like, it's getting stuck doing it every single fucking frame, and it's such a slow process that it grinds everything to a halt, but it should only be like running if. And then we've also already proven that it's not running. Wait, actually we haven't proven that, have we? I was looking like else. I guess I need to know what's moving. Things like time. Just gonna do a little quick like, because the idea being that like, no, just get rid of. I gotta keep this one. Just gonna put a little bit of time, but delta second. The idea being that like I'm just gonna print it out and see if like if time's changing, because it means that we're just basically getting stuck in an infinite loop. On a time won't update. Well, we have to use system time. Well, printing to time is very slow. Every single chunk. And we're like, and so it's not doing it anymore. The fuck does, why? What is going on? It doesn't make any sense to me. That deleting... Am I deleting the player? I mean, that is something that I could fucking be doing. That'd be kind of funny. The player shouldn't have a fucking camera, a block ID on them, but they might, because I was doing that at some point, wasn't I? Camera, something, camera, so I'm not seeing a chunk ID. Yeah, waitlist visible, the velocity of the player attitude. I need to know exactly what fucking entity you're despawning. My suspicion is that you're despawning some kind of really low. That would be it. Okay, you're despawning something at 0, 0. Some entity's being despawned. Who are you despawning that you're not supposed to be despawning? That's why it only happens when you go far enough away to get to negative the persistence, or positive the persistence is that you only despawn whatever the fuck it's despawning that it shouldn't be. I think all the chunks have names, which means we can actually just be like name. And the idea is that this might even just fix it because it's not going to hit whatever the fuck has a name. Something has a chunk ID that's not supposed to have a chunk ID, I guess. Put name, please. Right. Wow, I mean, technically I should be putting the name despawning. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's do it. So, oops, something went beep. Okay, so let's go like name. And we can also get rid of this because it's like just lagged everything out. It doesn't really actually tell me anything because I don't care what I'm keeping. I don't care about the... I just need to know what exactly you despawn before you kill the fucking process. I want to say it's the camera, but this might even just fix it because, okay, every chunk should have a name because by default, the chunk ID thing, like if we go to map, like the children, the blocks, the children, like they've all got names. Come on, let me grab this fucking, okay, collapse the children. Please let me grab this corner, thank you. We open the children, they're all called chunk because they all have a name because the name is automatically generated when you give them a chunk, which means that they should all have names, but whatever it's deleting probably doesn't. Okay, it's frozen. So it's one of these things. One of these motherfuckers. Okay, so we need to say if distance, okay, so despawn them. If offset dot y was it is negative 41, right? It was negative 41. Negative 41. Do that, right? So now it'll only print the ones on the specific crash or the specific stop related ones. And if any of these suckers aren't called chunk, alright, must be positive then. Just be 41. That or it's not crashing and I'm just an idiot because like they're all just de-rendering. That's a possibility. We should probably, yeah, check that it's still actually got the bug. Oh. Interesting. So it's despawn shotgun. Let's go with like Z, I guess. So this should print on either of them being hit, just so I don't have to worry about what direction. And if I can't fix this bug, so I'm probably gonna, close it and call the stream for the day because I'm just getting annoyed. And I like legitimately have no idea like what the fuck's going on. So if I just do this, that does that. It should have printed in the console. It didn't. Is greater than or equal to 41. I guess greater than or equal to 40. Could have sworn it was doing 41. It's just not working now. Why is it never getting a 40 now? There we go. Ah, so distance is 40. Ah, so this is what printed out. So they are all just called chunk. It did despawn a lot of them, but like I don't understand. My suspicion is the chunk at the top is going to be like chunk 0 or something. Okay, chunk 0 0 negative 10 0 0 negative 9 0 0 negative 8 0 0 0 negative 7. So 3 3 6 6 no 6 negative 5 4 negative 3 negative 2 negative 1. They are all just good chunk. I'm just missing something, right? 0, 0. Okay, so it's not 0 0 0. Maybe it's a specifically low entity. I don't get it. The fuck is doing this? So you got to 40, then something's despawning. It could be that it's the next lap around that's doing it. No. Everything is freezing because what's not got the correct access? That's like so. It's the only thing I can think is that something's trying to read when something's trying to write, and that we're just deadlocking in a. Actually, because I actually don't like the fact that some of my things are working makes me think that the game isn't actually freezing. That's showing me my like frame rate. And if I do this, it's like, so it's like 14:17. But like, it's possible that like I would move. I know, but I would teleport really far, wouldn't I? Once it, like as soon as it did move. I think something's deadlocking. I don't quite understand how like how certain keys are like getting registered and actually working. Like if I hit tab, like how is this rendering? How is this running? Like we're not in the loop. We're not doing any rendering. So how the fuck is tab getting detected? What is going on? Why can I not despawn anything? Are we despawning too aggressively? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. What entity am I despawning that I'm not allowed to be touching? I don't even care about the distance anymore. I just want to go like leave that there. But we need to make you like a debug. We're gonna go like, are you like despawning the same entity twice? But again, that doesn't make sense. It's got to be that like it despawns something, and then when we go to use that thing, everything is gone. Are we stuck in an observer loop? Possibly. Possibly. I think that might be the most likely thing, actually. We might be stuck in an observer loop. Stuck in an observer loop. The reason I think we might be in an observer loop is that because certain things like the tabbing works, which means that like the game is still running. We're just never getting to the next frame, which means that like if we're queuing a whole bunch of observers to happen, like you know, on despawn, on despawn, on despawn, on despawn, on despawners, like so we're removing ourself from ourself from ourself from ourself. So like chunk ID, like on remove is being called. Can we like info removing chunk ID from entity? Still doesn't make sense why it would be happening on that last thing. So your remove doesn't do anything. It drops something though. Yeah, I don't know. So like, so you spam the fuck out of that, but then this stops. I don't think this is still spamming. No, because so this actually prints time and accurately, which means that this would be spamming like crazy. So it's not you, but what the fuck do you do? So it's not this that's stuck in an infinite loop. You just remove the task and drop it. If but task cancel. We're gonna go like Bevy tasks block on async move. What I'm trying to get here is like info canceling task generation dot await info cancelled generated. Right. The idea of this being that like if we're getting blocked, it will simply say cancelling generation and we'll never see it cancelled, which means that it's just basically never getting cancels, never happening. Again, still don't quite get why it would be getting stuck. Well, apparently none of them are actually even generating, so it's not task that's doing it. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. What is it then? Because it means none of them are even touching the read-write lock. Nothing's fucking going on. Who is deadlocking and where? Who is deadlocking and where? Well, I should probably also tell it to remove it from the queue. Well, that becomes part of cancel generation, I guess. So. Where is that? Here. And here, cancel generation. Then we say self dot yes q dot swap remove ID. Stop remove ID. Alright, so take it out of the queue, but I can't again imagine why the fuck. It's got something to do with it trying to fucking remove 00, and I don't get why. Okay, maybe the persistence just actually isn't high enough and we're still trying to remove chunks that it can be seen. I not got a fucking clue. U times 10. Also, can we maybe stop printing copious quantities of I don't remember what I'm fucking printing out, but making it do that. Anyway, just go this way, like really, really far. We're going backwards so that I can see when it fucking does it. So Question is, which is the chunk that what chunk is doing it? Like, gotta be something that's doing it here. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Where's its chunk ID, and chunk ID does fucking. All it does, it's not crashing here, it just removes the chunk ID. It moves it from the lookup and it doesn't do anything. Like deferred watch. I don't fucking know what's going on. And I'd rather not have the world get stuck with this, like, you have to have the entire world generated. Because I can't fucking despawn, like, one chunk. But, like, it's even stupider is that it can generate some chunk. Degenerate some chunk. Like, this is apparently a very specific chunk that if it fucking touches it. I think this is getting really laggy because actually I don't know why it's getting really laggy. Maybe we're just overloading some piece of memory and now that like actually that's an interesting, like, it shouldn't be the case, but like you filled that back up. You whoa, fuck, like it's using like 90 gigabytes of memory. That's interesting though. Is it like, oh, we're supposed to have it printing out. Like I'm curious if what's happening is that it's so like the persistence is obviously way too far. But is it that like we effectively just get to the point that a frame just takes so goddamn long? I think the GPU is actually crashing. That could be it. Is we're despawning some piece of information, some piece of memory from your GPU, but we're not actually clearing out the chunk. So I need to turn the persistence down a little bit, maybe. Because it was getting laggier and laggier, so I'm wondering if what's happening is that like something's got some kind of lag behind it, maybe, and that like if that lag builds up too much, we end up in like a state where the frame takes like forever to generate, I guess. It's like it was getting laggier and laggier as I was just flying backwards, which is implying that like as we get oh. I don't know, but it's this fucking using bindless mode array size 16 maximum device. Wonder if that's related. Unlikely. I don't get it. I really don't. Requires input that input. I reckon it's 0, 0 that's causing the problem. But anyway, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna go like if input just pressed Apparently we're going with key. Let's go. J. Fucking despawn everything. Stuff is gonna die. Ready. Okay. Oh, but yeah, it helps if you add the fucking system to the application. No. Systems update. Maybe if I put it in a different schedule. I can't. Like, again, I have no fucking idea what it's conflicting with. I don't know what it's fucking touching that it's not supposed to touch. I gotta be doing something unsafe somewhere. Like, it's gotta be like twiddling some memory that it's not supposed to fucking touch. I don't get it. This see, it immediately freezes. Well, I guess that's gonna be an easy way to troubleshoot it, isn't it? I don't have to keep flying around. My better question is if chunk ID dot distance to ivec30 is less than 3. Right, so we're only going to despawn like the central block chunks, because I'm almost certain it's chunk 00 that's doing it. Like it would have to be like, it's something about despawning the chunk that's in the middle. See, it did it. So we've narrowed it down to like the central 3 chunks, and then we can go like 1, like literally like just only the middle chunk and the surrounding. It's not 27 chunks, 26 chunks. 27 chunks. If this also freezes, then it's like it's just very specific, and then we can go down to 0 and get it to freeze. Like look. Your J and it froze, so we're down to like literally the only chunk that like if this does it, what? I guess equals 0. Apparently I can't. Why is it an error? It's less than 0. I guess it's never less than 0, is it? Wait a second. Yeah, we just said less than 1, which it. Yeah, it's like less than 0. That's why it was an error. Oh, it's not. I don't have that example. Less than 0, so like literally it's just this chunk. Interestingly, this is actually going to be quite good, isn't it? If it just free. Question. Does not. Because can I despawn everything else? Because that would imply that like all I need to do is print out the entities and I'll know exactly what entity being despawned is doing it, and we can like go like, what the fuck is up with this entity? Like what makes that one special? Oh, would you look at that? We found the culprit. Why? What makes you special? I mean, it's probably actually not you. It's probably that if I said equals 0, and then I said like info despawning I suspect we're going to find out that like I somehow managed to fuck up and include something else as a chunk ID that's not supposed to. So the idea is that when I hit J, if it despawns more than one fucking thing, I mean, honestly, I would hope that it despawns more than one thing, because that would at least like tell me how to fix the bug. If it only despawns one thing, what the fuck? Why does 00 break? No, it despawned 2. 88 and 91. There are in fact 2 entities. I was looking for this. I was trying to find it. There was only one. Who the fuck isn't? I bet you're a fucking player. Wait a second. Player. Fuck you. Stop despawning the fucking player. That explains why everything freezes. It's not actually freezing. We're just despawning the player. But we're not despawning the camera. Like, how are we doing that? How do we despawn the player but not the camera? Because that means we can't move, but like... What? I mean, it says fuck you, but... That's a little strange. So what's happening here is that, like, as we move around, we probably should be queuing up the... Oh my god, that's fucking laggy. We should probably be spawning the blocks as we move around. It's getting very laggy. I need to, I guess... Why is it doing that? Well, it was what I thought the whole time, but when I tested to find it, I couldn't find it anyway. I'll do those chunks. Why are you very laggy? Alright, anyway. So, we can get rid of this. We can say, hey, this distance is like 3 times now, and then we just need to make sure that as we move around, we like despawn. We spawn and in turn despawn. How does it work? Mish. I don't remember how we spawn the additional bits of map. Chunk. It's not a player. Spawn test chunks. Was that a fucking generation distance? I guess it's probably something we should check. I should really fix this block ID shit. Yeah, I really need to tie this code up. Where the fuck is block ID? Block. Apparently nowhere to be found. Block ID? There's block ID. Okay, the chunk block. Alright, chunk block. I need to track you down. I'm gonna go, hey, like on insert. Can you say wet render that offset equal world dot resource offset. No, don't go in. And then if you click let distance equals this, okay, and then let view equal render distance if view is if distance is less than view. What? If distance is less than view, okay. If view is less than, if view is greater than distance, does that work? Okay. Did you reference you? Okay. If view is greater than distance, then world dot get mute visibility ctx dot entity dot expect visibility is required, and then equals visibility visible. What? let. Oh no, it's like a dereference. There we go. Okay, weird. Okay. If view is greater than distance, that should just mean that like when we generate a chunk that's like when we generate a block, the player doesn't actually have to move for the block to become visible if they're already within. There we go. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. Because that's what was happening. Is like if you got to somewhere before it, like, and it didn't start queuing a chunk, it would like not render the block. Something's still not doing the right kind of, like something's using the wrong kind of distance, but that'd be fine. That'd be fine. That'd be fine. We shouldn't be getting a circular. So something's using Manhattan distance when it shouldn't be. Manhattan distance. Is it in here? Oh, don't do that. I want the word distance, please. Like, case sensitive, please. No, case sensitive. Max distance, show off distance, Manhattan distance. So that's how we determine how to queue them. Are we returning too early, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Manhattan distance. I guess. I was thinking it wouldn't matter, but like apparently the it must be like a chunk ends up close enough to like trigger the whole like I'm closer than you're close than you, but like not close enough to render, so it's like missing. Because they should render like the whole block, which means that you shouldn't end up with this like weird undergroundy thing. Because like, yeah, nice square world. Oh, something panicked. Interesting. Who panicked on what? Acquired a texture failed with generic error. So that sounds like you despawned a chunk you shouldn't have. Wait a second. Just go. Where's our, so it's here, our persistence distance. I want to say that the persistence distance is actually that. Yeah, it's really hard to say persistence distance. The persistence distance should be the generation distance times 32. 0. Right. So the idea being that you can't see it, and then slightly further than that's when we generate, and then twice that's when we despawn. Because that should mean that it's like impossible now to end up with a chunk that is being generated. Because I think that's what was happening. It's like we effectively moved so quickly we managed to despawn a chunk that had yet to be queued. I do like this whole like it generates mountains first because they're technically closer. Like the tops of mountains generate. Oh. Wow. What's happening here? I suspect that these have been despawned. Oh, right, because yeah, so we're queuing and all that, but we're never actually like, so these are just chunks that I happen to move fast enough to have got away from. So what's happening is that like, effectively, we're just never adding them back to the queue. So, I guess the map thing is like effectively just saying, well, I mean, that's actually a pretty decent way of doing it, actually, is that I think the persistence distance thing I don't like saying that word. It's fucking horrible. Where is it? It's here. So you just despawn them if they get too far away. And this is the generation distance thing. When do we check the generation distance? Because I'm gonna go like to make the world infinite. Cause like I'm gonna complete the stream's goal. So this is remove far. So we need to say like fn q I guess like check new need gener right, which is going to be like you take in offset and then the mute generator, which is chunk generator. Don't sort the queue. And then mute. We need the lookup. Res chunk lookup. And the max distance, which is that. And then we say, hey, no, don't generate this, please. We say, like, I guess, for x in let n equal offset minus max distance as I32. Excuse me. Excuse me. You are max distance dot 0. And then you're saying that, okay, so n is then so like vec 3, but I vec 3, okay, so I vec 3.0 as I32 plus offset. Let's just say like negative. The reference you into an offset. And we go fucking double D reference you into an offset. Okay, you do that, and then you're gonna be like P. And then you would just be like this plus that. Right, and then X is n.x dot p dot x, and then no, we do z, and then we go for y in world depth or something, map. Oh wait, no, it's a generator dot size. What did I call it? Generator chunk generator. What the fuck? Not map, and it's not Q. Maybe it's something else. World size. Oh yeah, map descriptor. Map res map descriptor. Please, map descriptor. It's not the best way because technically map descriptor is kind of describing something else now. I'm kind of reusing things anyway. Map. So we're gonna like negative map dot world size dot y dot equals map dot world size dot y. Why the fuck's my tab key not working? Okay, apparently what the fuck? Okay, so we do that. So this gives us this. And we say, hey, like let chunk ID this. let id equal so new. Right. So now we have this information. Then we say if lookup dot this one contains. Why VS Code? Okay, save, exit, reopen VS Code. I'm getting so fucking done with this. Dot contains. Right. We have to go to the lookup. We have to actually add the contains. Please. I have to wait for it to fucking finish reback. Come on. Where's there? Come on. Let me have 12 yet. Come on, chunk lookup. It's gonna index like 411. Okay, there we go. And we just like call contains keys. And then we go back to wherever the fuck we were. No idea. Down here. Yep. Okay. Chunks zero. So contains. So if lookup contains. Okay. Otherwise we say generator.q. Derivative ID. Right. So we QU. And then we just go we go down here and we'd say like app.add system. Actually, no, I think I can. Can I just do this? Oh. That should work to just give them both the same thing, and then we go. So this queues our from negative to positive in the generation range, and we queue them. So I do need to modify queue because I think queue just literally sticks it. Yeah, so it's just like if self.tasks.contains key pos. Oh, these tasks actually no. So it's actually queue that needs to be changed. Anyway, I'm gonna say return. And then you insert pos. And then we're gonna say that this actually takes in a chunk ID because that makes way more sense like, thematically. And then not wrong. We want to go to you. You take in chunk ID. And then you're gonna yell at me a whole bunch of places because you're like queue this, and we're gonna say chunk ID. Chunk generate chunk. Swap and remove chunk data generate. Chunk ID, and then you go, hey, what, you just take in pos now. And then inside of debug, we do some weird stuff. Like, we stop dereferencing you. Ironic how I'm making all these changes and it's like really clear that like chunk. It's like, well, now chunk just is this thing, and then we just say, hey, like chunk. Like you can see all the places from like I was converting back and forth between them, and it's like, well, you don't need to do that now. Yeah. So basically, when we queue, we say, if you're already generating the task, don't add it to the queue. Otherwise, add it to queue. And if it wasn't already in the queue, then say yourself dirty. So the idea being that we don't need to reorder the queue if you're already, doing that. Anyway, so queue, and then we stick this into the queue. So this is going to checks need generate, and then like theoretically you're going to clear up. Okay. Now my concern is that like this in theory is going to like let it basically continue to stick more and more things into the queue. This doesn't care about world size anymore, which means we actually should just have an infinite map now, because like we're just generating chunks as we go. And the only reason we were limited before is because we could only generate chunks that were like part of the world. that we declared at the beginning. Now, as you can see, we are having that issue where we can travel fast enough that there's already too many queued. Now, theoretically, if we go fast enough, yeah, they're getting quicker, and they're getting quicker because we're actually starting to despawn the ones that are queued and cancelling the queue, and therefore they're not taking as long. See, like it gets bottlenecked by the fact that like it can queue too much shit, basically. So our fucking persistence thing probably shouldn't be so unbelievably large, I guess. So persistence times 2 is too big apparently. So it's like it needs to be like view plus, and like it's like 10 chunks. The other thing is I can probably also shrink the initial world, because that means that the initial world now is not like the whole world, it's just the is that our mesh generation thing, chunk. So here, these variables at the top, this is just the initial size of the world, which is like, we're going to say 32 by 32 is our initial size. We're going to come down here, we're going to go wherever our view distance, that's in the player, isn't it? View distance, update chunk, render distance, defaults to 10. We're going to say default this to, I don't know, 30. That should then generate the entire map, because we're like, generation is like, view distance plus like 5 or something. Excuse me. Why are you generating a hole in the world? And the answer is also that that view distance is too big. Yeah, close. A view distance of 30 is apparently too big. It's probably because it's trying to generate. It shouldn't be. It might be trying to generate really, really high Ys, but in theory it shouldn't, because the Ys stop. So I think 20 is probably the best view distance, and then that does mean that we probably want to shrink the map, the initial map, down a little bit, maybe like 25. Oh, fuck it, we can just shrink the initial map down. Technically, we don't even need the initial map, because, like, we now generate the infinite map. Right at the top, right? Yeah. We say, hey, like, what if we said 22? Because like theoretically we don't actually even need that, we just need to specify how deep the map goes. I'm gonna go. Are we out of memory again? Yes, okay. So apparently 20 is too much. I think I've made the map deeper, actually, is probably what's going on there. Most certainly. Yeah, I think this map depth of fucking 5 was way too much, especially considering I just remembered that it's 5 up and 5 down, which is effectively saying we're generating an absolutely fucking mind-bogglingly large map. Cool. Now it's not just generating like masses of underground. It's probably still going to run out of memory, but yep, still way too big. Map depth, and we know like const map height, which is then like 532 equals. So we're gonna say like go up 3 chunks, go down. I want to say 1. one chunk. And then the idea being that when we spawn this world in, we're going to say map so you would be negative map. Actually, no, you just be map depth, and then your plus map depth, because that's like plus minus, and then you're like -1. The map goes from -1, and then this is saying that the size is that, which means when we go to the map descriptor, we say that you are not map depth, you're map. Right. So now it should be 4 chunks tall, because it should be -1, 0, 1, and 2. 4 chunks. So actually, we'll probably just like make that not equals, and then we say like now it's 4 chunks. 4 chunks, and they can like specify the offset. Man, is it slow. Okay. Well, I mean, it doesn't take as long now, I guess. It is still running out of memory, but that's fine. I also suspect that the other thing may be generating more, so you're like negative. So I'm saying it's 4 thick, but I'm probably still generating negative a bunch because our chunk generation stuff that queues the chunks is not actually caring. You remove chunks needed. Okay, so you go from map depth to map dot world size plus depth. So the idea being that we can now like tweak the offset point basically. So this should then let us have a much larger map, because instead of having fucking really like lots of chunks underground, which you know you're very rarely going to interact with. Pop task manager up and go, please don't be using up all my memory. My memory. Okay, yeah. So as you can see, we are not actually using all the GPU's memory at the moment, which effectively means that it is working. And as we go this way, apparently we generate a bunch of chunks, but like not really. Why are you only generating the tips of mountains, my friend? You little weirdo. Oh. Why are you only generating the very tips of mountains? What did I fuck up in this math? So you go from Y. And what would you say that the Y is equal to? Y is apparently -1. Did I not save my change where I said please? What? The fuck is your problem? Oh, the slider is that's just, I think that's just a debugger thing. It's not actually doing anything. Also, this regenerate code's fucking wrong as well. God damn it. Right. Why? Oh, we're gonna go to the debug thing and work out, like, which one of these fuckers is touching the... Oh, it's like higher, isn't it? One of these is spawning a bunch of sliders. U, so X, Y. So your map height. I suspect that what's happening is it's getting passed in like a negative. No, it's not -1. Why is it not? What is your problem? Why? What is your problem? Why are you numbers like that? Literally just like down here for some reason. Can we go like here and be like, please? Me fucking print line. So, wait, not negative, it's just from map depth. Because from negative, so it's from 1 to, and you're like 3, so that's like 1 to 2. So that would explain that one. All right, now to go back to a debug thing and be like, hey, your code, that's yours broken too. I fucked yours up as well. Regenerate, which is, yeah. So you're from there to there. Bum bum bum. Ba 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 bum bum bum. Okay, might be done. Might be almost done. Come on, come on, come on. Infinite chunks. Infinite chunks. Come on, come on. You can do it. Render actual mountains. Render actual mountains. Yes. Ha 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 ha. I like how you can see the logic. Yeah, we really need to queue like way less. Oh, okay, so something's talking about canceling the generation, which is really killing the frame rate. Okay, cool. I think we can just let the task drop now because I don't actually care. I was only doing that because I was suspecting the task was running forever and therefore not like letting freeing up pool, but like wasn't the problem. It's just despawning the fucking player. Still don't quite get. Oh, I bet it's because when you despawn the camera, it leaves the screen rendering, like it doesn't clear the screen when the camera despawns, which means that even though because I was going like, oh, the camera still exists, we can't be despawning the player. It's like, well, the player was being despawned. Okay, so what we're really learning is, first off, we probably shouldn't be moving this fast, but we need to probably reduce the number of chunks we queue. Because effectively what's happening is because we queue so goddamn many chunks, we can queue up like 500 chunks. It's possible for me to get really far away. Like basically, like it's not just generating the closest chunks because we kind of move away from those chunks, but like because they were already queued. Oh god, it's getting slow. Yeah, right. So the total number of chunks that we keep fucking queued needs to probably be going down because I don't think Bevy's clearing them out of the graphics card as quick as I would like. And also, we still have way more than we actually need in terms of like our generation is which is way bigger than our view distance, which is way bigger than our. Okay, so I actually feel like that's the other way. We kind of want that persistence to only be like our generation to only be like a chunk bigger than our view, wherever that is. So where do we calculate our from word? Okay, so you're gonna be like, yeah, you're like chunk plus block size, but I don't think that actually matters. I think we just want you to be like +1. I don't know if I can be plus block size. Chunk block size. Right. as you said it would. Right, so this is like add one block size, and then the other one is like, I guess we can do the persistence can be the same, like incremental step. So it's the same, so it's the generation plus chunk block size as utility. The idea being that like the generation just needs to make sure that it's trying to get one chunk in front, like it's trying to get to one chunk ahead, whereas the persistence is about being like, you don't want to like walk one chunk over and then walk one chunk back and have it all lag out. So you want the generation to be able to move around a little bit inside of the inside of like basically a bigger buffer. So see how like we can move quite a few chunks back before we start regenerating terrain we've been to before. And again, the idea is that you probably wouldn't be moving this quickly in the actual game. But yeah, we definitely need to like greatly reduce the number of chunks that we actually have queued at one moment in time. And also I need to maybe make them slider, because as you can see, I could actually probably keep a slightly more persistence number, or maybe like a slightly bigger queue distance. Yeah. Because effectively, like until you're capping out of your memory, you're pretty good. So we definitely need to go like maximum can be queued, or whatever it is. Max chunk tasks. Right, max chunk tasks. How do I calculate you? Max. So your render distance, squared. Yeah, maybe that's the problem. It probably shouldn't be squared. It should be like render distance times by chunk map height times 2 as u32. y32, u32. Right. We need to like dereference you then. Right. So what I'm going for here is that the render distance times the map height. The idea being that you should be able to generate basically 2 chunks worth of stuff in front. Okay, maybe times block size. Times block size. So what I'm saying is that like take the edge of the map. We'll get it rendering so I can use the mouse. So basically, we're saying use this far edge and render basically 2 chunks further. Well, like, let's take that, and then it's also taking the height of the world. So it's basically that face, and then stick that face 5 chunks further out. Like, is that's the most you can generate, is basically 1 block worth of stuff. So like, so you can see how it has enough. It can generate that many chunks at a time, which is why that should be like way less than we were doing. It's interesting. It needs to get better at like canceling chunks that have got too far away. I guess we need to like somehow give Bevy priority, like tell Bevy to have prioritize it, because it's doing the same issue where it's like there's too many chunks generated, and it's like. But I guess the idea with that is like, again, the player should not be this high up or moving this fast. I can't get down because I only need to make it tell it to fucking return void instead of solid. Okay, because when it's returning void, it's being annoying because it means if I'm above the map when I turn the flying off, I just sort of stay up there. But the idea is that like the player shouldn't be moving that quickly, so the player should not be generating hundreds of chunks at a time. Like, even this is still absurdly fast for like this scale of game. I am traveling hundreds of blocks. And I can do that. Jump like entire fucking... I probably should check to see if the player's holding shift. I don't know. I guess the shift's supposed to only really be applied when you're in fly mode, so I'm just using it because, like, in theory, I should be able to clear like all the way to the other mountain in like a single bound because I can shift, which multiplies my speed by 100. Anyway, as you can see, like, oh fuck, we just flew into that mountain. Like, you can see, like, even with my seed food boost, there's like no way we can see where the world's generating it. In theory, if I just keep climbing taller and taller mountains, I can like full screen this anyway. Well, I don't have shift while you're trying to climb up a mountain. It feels very floaty at the moment. I don't know how to do jump logic. Like, that's the problem. My jump's controlled by my physics, but it's just doing weird shit. Anyway, if we just keep climbing and flying to the tallest mountain, we should eventually be like able to get to the edge of the world. So I appear to be able to see the edge of the world because there's not another mountain, and like with how regular mountains seem to be, there is no chance that this is not going to get me to a mountain. Yeah, so like it is possible. I just skipped through that bit of mountain. That was a bit fast. Yeah, I should probably also like do things like ray trace the movement so that like you don't get to fly through something just because you were moving quick enough to be out the other side. Just quantum tunnel out the other side. Anyway, if you need more proof that our universe is a simulation, quantum tunneling by accident in a video game because lazy logic. Effectively, if you just move fast enough, you just end up on the other side of the thing before it does its collision detection, and it's quantum tunneling for you. Anyway, our biome's a little bit weird. What I'm saying, anything green is grassland, anything white is mountain. I didn't intentionally make the tops of mountains snow. That's just that it's only considered a mountain effectively when it's really, really, really tall. Because I think I'm basically saying that like you can only be a mountain when you're more than a certain threshold. Like more than half or only positive, right? So like effectively mountains can't generate negative height, which translates to these mountains are all effectively contributing a huge mass of height. I think I'm gonna decide that we're done Infinity Gen for today, and I'm gonna just work on biomes for it because that seems kind of fun to just look at. So what do we want to do? We want to go to like map generation here and be like map descriptor. Then we just say like let's turn off these ones and turn on the debug one set to height mode. Height mode at a scale of 3. Okay. Oh yeah, we should probably set the texture back to the other one. Probably a bit silly that we have to do this manually, but anyway. I'm trying to remember where it is. It's in here. I'm gonna make a constant at the top of this and say like const chunk color path, which is static stir. Oh, okay. Colors.png, and then we go down like to wherever we generate chunks. I think here. No, I think it's in here. There we go. Chunk color path. Right. Then we go up to here and we say you are RQG. And that should give us a nice little gradient color plot. Ta-da! Okay. So I do think we want multiple noises on our thing, but anyway. I also probably want to turn the fucking sun off. Because it's like map ambience. Fucking turn the sun to like thousands of seconds. Yes, I should probably make a debugging control thing to turn the sun off, but I did the other day. It was like I ended the stream being like, oh yeah, like I set the sun for like multiple hours, and then I came back later and it was actually dark. I was like, oh fuck, I forgot about that. Right, just like I sort of like left the game running while I went away and did something else, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so we want to go like debug and then like open this. First off, we probably want to turn this like down to like this and like regenerate. Okay, apparently it needs to be higher than that. Regenerate, there we go. Because the issue at the moment is it was generating like 4 copies underground, so it was quite laggy. We probably want to set the scale to 1. It annoyingly isn't actually set to 1. It's set to 3, and then yeah, regenerate. Right. So this is what our like. So where you can see it's like anywhere it was green was basically turning into a mountain. It's a little bit like jobbly. So I honestly don't think we want to touch the frequency. I think we want to just say that maybe height should be less frequently sampled. And then like that's just kind of basically it, is that we just need to basically turn the persistence down, regenerate, like that. Ooh, now that's what I want, is like a terrain thing. Persistence. You can turn the persistence like really high up too, which basically means that like each flare of noise gets more noisy. So higher persistence is rougher noise. So we can also put that persistence negative, but I don't think that actually does anything particularly interesting. I remember fucking around with it before, and all it just would it just breaks things, because like theoretically turning the persistence negative is saying that like when you every subsequent noise adds and subtracts, but it's like they're not using the same seed, so you should just actually end up with random like pluses and minuses because they roll between -1 and 1. But like you do end up with these weird things with like quite deep channels and quite high mountains. So I think we want like a persistence of like 0.2 maybe, like that. And then like obviously like if we were to say let's make this sampling like a tenth of what it is, we would end up with effectively, but as you can see like the actual dips and raises are not that big, because I think each block represents the actual value, which means that like sure, like this entire thing would be a mountain basically. Okay, yeah, so like this everywhere is like this kind of green. This like entire chunk here would be a mountain if we made it 10 times. What if I said sample this at like point? So if I go back to 0.5, because I'm effectively saying sample the mountain. If I sampled the mountain 10 times as often, because the persistence basically results in like more noisy noise. So it has areas that dip lower and it has areas that dip higher. So the persistence being really low basically just means that like you never have these little mountains cropping up. So maybe we just have like 3 sets of persistence. The lacanacity, if I remember correctly, is like the multiplication of the noise or something. So like it's how much the noise chops up. So a higher lacanacity results in, I guess, a lower lacanacity. Okay, we need to put this to like back to 1, just so that we can like again see what the variation of like is without us fucking with it. So really low lacanacity is resulting in like quite deep sort of hits, I guess, and then up and like so like the nice banding. And if I turn this up to like back up to 2, regenerate. So this gives it more jagged edges. and then like turn this up to 3, much more jagged edges. So that's actually kind of cool. So the higher the persistence, I think also the more jagged the noise. So we like say the persistence is 1. Okay. Persistence greater than 1 kind of nonsensical because it's saying that it actually goes up with amplitude. That is actually kind of interesting. I do like this as my this has to be some kind of thing. I don't know what's happening here. Don't mind these chunks. What the fuck? Go away. Okay. It's strange. Right. So this is such a fucking cool way of doing it. Something keeps causing it. Oh, it's fucking this. Right. What's happening there is I was hitting like it's like spacebar. So the key was being selected and spacebars like maybe select things. Every time I hit spacebar to go up, it was toggling regenerate chunks. Alright. So I like this. So the idea is that like if we sampled this at like let's say like half what we do for ground now. And then get it to regenerate. This seems like a nice way of generating like kind of roughish terrain. Because the idea is that like the issue with what we were having before is that like the mountains were kind of like you'd end up with just a mountain and nothing like around it. Whereas this is giving us nice little things. So let's write these numbers down. Notepad. So I'm just gonna. So I want 3 noises. So N1 is going to be I'm throwing out a notepad. You don't have to be able to see this. So I also feel like maybe 5 octaves. Because the idea is that like noisier noise kind of wants less octaves. Because the idea is that we kind of want lots of jaggedness, but the more layers of noise you add, the more that jagged. I should probably also somehow get back to 0, 0. I don't know where I am. Debug, turn on. No, run a global. God, I can't see it. Okay, we are very far from origin. This way. This way. This way. And now, if we click regenerate, we should be able to see the. Apparently, it didn't work. Why is that not working? All right. Yeah. So I just want to like have a quick little squeeze about like what does changing like this to from 4 to 5. So it just makes them sort of like come in a little bit. So for mountains and stuff, like this is the idea. This is what picks the biome sort of like heightiness of it, I guess. I guess technically we'd want this to be like a tectonic-y thing where like this is what decides the mountain. And so we want this to be like very big. Also, there's no reason we can't like select on a gradient and say that mountains appear anywhere that gradient happens at a massive scale, but I think I want more than 3 octaves though. Like 5 maybe? 5 looks pretty good. Like we're gonna end up with some interesting looking like mountainy things where like these obviously won't be mountains. These higher peaks will be mountains. So like the highest of the highs. So that, like these will be mountain peaks, and then these would be mountain like hilly bits, and then these would be hilly bits, and these would probably then be grasslands. So it's like anywhere that it's green would be like higher than normal, but anywhere it's actually like quite green is going to be like high mountains. So we want a persistence. So I'm trying to do it in like a way that like also makes sense thematically. I guess like why we do it. So we want like a L of like 2 point. Okay, well, I'm gonna say like an L of 3 because it's like the idea is I'm just trying to represent like the values. So we want an O of I think 4 actually. Because again, the idea is that like we don't actually want lots of noise because we want it to be quite jagged, and therefore we can't have too many octaves because otherwise you end up with quite jagged noise. Like with that, we can add like more this, so hence the 3, and we could also like add like more persistence. The idea being that we have less levels of noise. Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah, we can also sample it on like a lower frequency, but we can do this on a per thing level, so this doesn't actually matter. So like we could sample this as our continent level, where it's like it goes down and goes up. It's like that. So, and then like that, and then so like then we can scale it and be like, what does our continents look like? Like when we zoom out, like this is 1,000 times zoomed out. There we go. Okay, so our world would look like this, where it's like, so this would be quite a mountainous region. This would be like quite a low level. This would be low. Like this could be an ocean. This would be a mountain. The idea being that I don't know, it does feel like maybe it's a little bit too much up and down. But again, that's also because we got like this. So L3 and a P of 0.75. So I don't know what I'd call this noise. That's the issue. Because again, the frequency is just about where we sample it, so the frequency is going to be 1 on all of them. So if I drop the persistence down to point 0.1. So this is very much a smooth noise, very like, so you end up with water, land kind of noise. You probably want the lacanacity to actually be like even lower. So the lacanacity would, I think the lacanacity is like how quickly the noise sort of feeds on itself. So this would like be your water, land, and then you'd probably, again, frequency doesn't actually matter. We would want rougher noise, I think, but we would want a low lacanacity, I guess. Would it be on high lacanacity? So on a persistence of like 0.4 maybe? I need to work out where the fucking center of the world is again so I can stand near it. The reason I need to stand near the center of the world is because it regenerates the center of the world like forcefully. I should make it just regenerate around the player. That would probably be smart. See, it's like not doing anything. I'm pretty sure that's because it's regenerating around me. Like I'm standing close enough that it's not actually forcing me to move, I guess is the... I mean, it's looking pretty good as an ocean thing. So the idea being that like if we sampled this like really high frequency, then we can sample it like really low frequency. So anything red would be your ocean, and anything green would be your land. And you can also change the threshold so that you can end up with like, technically you could like lower the threshold to be ocean, to being like, actually it's like half red is ocean and everything else is land. It doesn't actually have to represent anything specific. So if I'm changing the lacanacity, that's good. So I don't know what we're going to call M1, and then this is M2. The N2 is just going to be, we're going to have, I guess, 4 sets of noise, because we're going to have like, so this is 6 octaves. So O is 6. O 6. L is 2.25. I'm just kind of rounding them, just like we want the noise to be, the number to be sort of random, I think, but like, or like jittery, but for now I don't need to type out like a massive thing because it's not going to make that much of an impact. Right, so we have a persistence. We should probably do a persistence of 0.5 actually. What does it look like at 0.5? Because then we could do 3 sets of noise, so it's like 7.5. Ooh, yeah, actually I do like that. Okay, so then we're going to do 2.5. So this should be quite not noisy noise, I guess. So we do that and go, what does this look like? So if I then say like lacanacity really high, that adds in like the noise back in, which is actually kind of nice. So I think this one, because it's really low noisiness, we add more octaves. Less octaves. Right, the persistence is actually kind of low, which actually means we probably want this one to be the one with... Interesting. It's amazing how much one drop does, but then, like, that basically does nothing, like, up to 8. Yeah, okay. So, you at 6 is actually pretty good. So we should probably actually go the other way. So you should be 4. So you at 4. So we've got really high lacunicity. What if we got really low lacunicity? We should end up with like kind of meh noise. Actually, I want the frequency to be 1 because I kind of want them to all be comparable at the same point. So 2.5. I do like the way that looks, but I feel like I'm recreating the same set of noise. This one's like quite a... They all sort of stay at the same height, but with jaggedy edges, whereas the other ones are like much more uppy downy. This one is like a sort of ripply edges. So we're going to call that one 3.5. So this is N3. The N3 has 04. So I reckon we're actually going to go back to N1 and we're going to modify it because I think I've worked out the sort of the pattern that I want. So it's 3.5 of like these noises have a kind of an obvious system to them of like what you can do. And then like P is 0.25. So like effectively every time we've modified the P, like we in theory would be able to go like, so let's go, I'm gonna reset it back to what the other one was. So this is that one. It kind of would be nice if I could go a bit quick, but yeah, I know they both. So that was 4, and then it was like 3, and then this was 75. All right, let me regenerate. You know, like what is this noise? So this noise is much rougher noise. But what I'm thinking is we actually go. We want, because of the fact that the persistence is stronger. So the idea is like the weaker the persistence, the less the additional octaves actually add. So what we actually want to do is be like, you can actually be 8 octaves because you're 75% impact on each layer, which gives us, this is quite a coarse noise, as you can see. Like this is like your fine details. This is your fine noise, where there is this trend downward and trend upwards, but like on a block to block level, you can really jump around. So the lacunicity of like 0.5, I actually think this one probably wants to be 2. Maybe even lower. Because we effectively have a 3.5, a 2.5, and we're going to like maybe it's like a 1.5 maybe. So if we make it like even lower, like if we make it like, first of all, let's start with like just under 1. So this is effectively like the noise of like foliage and stuff like that, whereas it's a sort of jittery noise. But if we make it even lower, like I reckon we like 1.5. And I think now we're back to that same idea of like, this noise is 2 noise, like not noisy enough, I guess, 1.5. So the idea is that we shouldn't be seeing ledges and cliffs and stuff like that. Like it should just be, it has a trend. The color should, we should see the color as the, like where the average height is more than we should see like really obviously terracing happening, which I think this is doing. Like it's got this little islandy sort of shapes, which I reckon is a good sort of thing. So the closer that gets to 2, the more like noisy it gets. But eventually it seems to crash into the other way of like, if we set it up too much, it just becomes, there is no pattern. So I reckon 175 seemed pretty good. Yeah, I would try. So like, this is like a much more fine sampling thing. So this has like much noisier noise with a general trend in one direction or the other. They'll also be seeded differently, but that's for a different sort of thing. Otherwise, we're going to end up with because I think each seed is like the seed plus 1, which means that technically like these are all generating the same set of octaves, which is good for this comparison of being like, how do we set this? But anyway, so maybe I think we might maybe go down an octave. I don't know if it would make that much of a difference. Oh, it kind of actually does. Maybe we go up to 10 because I think it's the maximum it'll let me. Ooh, okay, I do like that. Now the question is, if we tweak this down to like 0.7, which means that it should be slightly less noisy, but with the extra octave, we go up to 0.8, 0.9. So you see you become more noisy. Then we can drop out 2 octaves. We'll drop out an octave and see like. Can we go 0.8? I reckon like maybe 8.5. Just kind of vibe check and everything. Right. So this is resulting in like, let's see little like sort of like pillar mountains coming up, where it's like one noise is sort of overlapping and you end up with this little everything sort of poking up. But on a general, like up here, you can see that like there are areas that have like lots of highs and lots of lows. And then when we mix this as being, each of these is going to have a different seed. Okay, so that, I reckon that's going to be, okay, so N1. So this is going to be 8, 1.75. I think square root of 3 could be a good number there. We want irrational numbers because they shouldn't like strike up as quickly. Like, you know, like if you double, you end up with like, you can see reoccurring patterns as you sample it integer points, which means I can stop it multiplying everything by pi, because I'm basically effectively saying that like every octave layer is going to multiply by an irrational number. I think that's close to square root of 3. I mean 8. So just looking at my number, so we have square root of 3, I reckon. SQ T 3. Square root of 3. And then maybe square root of 2. Where would we now? Because we need square root of 2. This would need to be square root of 2, which is like if we go like 144. 144, and we go generate. Yeah, now square root of 2 is too little. Square root of 5. So 3 square root. So square root of 173. Right, 1732. And then we're gonna go maybe 5, square root of 5. 2.23. Okay, that one's that one. So I think the square roots of all primes are irrational, but I don't actually know if that's true. I like that the numbers that I went, oh, these feel like good numbers, have in fact been like almost exactly square roots of primes, which is kind of funny because like I went, yeah, 175 seems good, and I was like, yep, and that's the square root of 3. It's 167. Did I put it on stream? 3. Then you go square root like 173, and then like 5, and we say square root 5 is 123, and then I have 223, and I have 225 written here as like my like next one. So like, what if we do the square root of 7? 7's like prime, isn't it? 7, 26. Okay, well, let's try it. Let's set that one. So we're gonna go 4. So basically, every time we go up an n level, we're adding 2 octaves. Oh no, we're subtracting 2 from its octaves, and then going up 1 prime and going down in the P. So the persistence of U was 2.5, which might make it 2, because like I feel like making them power like exactly half is not going to be like the best approach. But anyway, so 1.2, and then you were going to be 2.64. 2.64. Right, and then we go. So, God, I've moved away from the center again. There it is. I mean, it looks kind of cool. Like it's got these little ripply edges, and so this would be your oceany kind of thing. We could do another one as well. We could like go like N4 and do 2 and to the next prime. But I think the conclusion was we actually went up to like, I've got 3.5 written down, so we can find the next prime that's near 3.5, which probably like square root of 11ish, which 100% looks better. I am curious actually though, if we do like 2 octaves and regenerate this. Interesting. I don't think this just has enough noise to it. It just feels very like weavy and wavy. So this would be a good thing to sample for like the mountains versus oceans versus everything else. But I need to change the weighting system as well. But anyway, I actually think that 4 octaves is just like, it's just so much better to have that little extra bit of like noisy gravitas to it. Okay, so we just have to find some power. So I'm going to think square root of 11. Wow, 11 just equals 11. No, it's square root of 11 is 3.3. Actually not. Yeah, ooh. Yeah, no, I like that noise. What's the next one? It's not 15. I think it's prime. 19? 19, square root of 19. 4.3. 4.35. But we only got up to 4, so. Ooh, okay, actually. See, because that's what I was saying. Like, compared to the other one, giving it nice big lacanacity means that, like, it makes these sort of jutted out bits, but it rarely makes these sort of islands. It's much more likely to make these sort of small terraces that sort of zig and zag around each other than it is to make these sort of like cut off points. But I think we had it at square root of 11. Square root of 11. They're much rarer again. It does keep like these nice sort of terracey sides. All right. So now I got to program this into the actual thing. So you're 3.3, and that's SQR 11. Okay, so square roots of primes. There's probably an in-betweeny somewhere. I actually want to see what, like, does making this like 2.5 better? The idea is that, like, the less powerful each octave is, actually. That's actually, I'm going to say, a great improvement, because these, like, islands become so much rarer. The other thing is also we can sample certain shit, like, I don't know if it's something that, like, it necessarily, will, I guess, come forward in the noise, because it could be that, like, if you make the noise too smooth, it doesn't have this. But theoretically, we could only put mountains where the gradient is high, which means that basically when you say, hey, do this, you can say the mountain actually samples like 4 points and works out the gradient and goes, hey, yeah, the gradient's greater than this or greater than that, which makes it a I can't do that now. God damn it. I got other shit to do today. Get distracted. Right. So we're going to go to our map generator, I think. And then this is like the thing that describes the map descriptor. So we have noise. So this is H noise. This is H noise. They also don't all have to be open simplex noise. So we could, like, in theory, make some of these noises faster or slower, or give us like some other types of noises. So then we want to go like M noise and S noise, or L noise. Right. So these all get these, and I'm gonna say that their seeds are going to be sort of picked at random. Like plus, look up ASCII stuff. I like encoding like little hidden Easter eggs in my code. So I'm going to encode. Where is the ASCII chart, please? Let me zoom out. Right. So we need to encode capital P is 50, apparently. No, that doesn't seem right. No, it's hex 50. What is hex 50? 0x 50. And then 6F. And then we go U. Wait, no, it's not. It's P. It's PH. H, which is 6.8. 6.8. And then your 0x What is A2? What is the AI trying to say? So A. What would A2 be? Nothing. It's not an ASCII number. Yeah, because it was 7, 8. No, yeah. I think I'm even doing it wrong. So it is line feed. Yeah, okay, so I've got that right. Okay, so A doesn't exist on ASCII. Anyway, so PH, and we got O, which is the success, and then X, which is 7, 8. Okay. So we're just going to encode Fox into the seeds. So the high seed is the start, this is the seed you give it, and then the medium seed is plus PH, and the low seed is plus OX. Fox. And we just encode that into our noise, like magic. So annoyingly, we do have to like set a bunch of things. Is there a better way of doing that? Like, can you have like a new... What functions do you have? Set source. Yeah, so I don't like that I have to be like, let H noise equal this, and then you equal that, and then you equal that, and then we get to like shift control like this, like comma. Oops. Like that. So then we can say H noise dot. Okay, don't get it to recalculate. So don't touch the octaves until up. So we're going to say frequency equals this. Wait, why can't I can take your frequency, can I? Yeah. You're not mutable. Okay. So we just say mute. Right. So just don't set their octaves until. So I guess so frequency. Actually, we're not touching the frequency, are we? So we need to say lacanacity is root. It's like it's 0. It's 2. Where'd my notes go? Nope. We want to go. Three. F32 dot square root. Oh, that's 64. Sorry. 64 square root. Right. Then we're going to say your lacanacity is apparently also the square root of 3. Right. We're going to set all 3. So then we're going to say your persistence, H noise dot persistence is equal to 0.85. Your medium noise, I'm just like letting the AI fill in the bulk stuff. So we're going to say you are then 5 and 11. You're 0.85, and then you're 0.5, and then your low noise was 0.2. Right. Then we go here and we say let H noise set octaves 8. Set octaves 6, and set octaves 4. Okay. So now we have our noises, and they are laid out beautifully. And then I guess we sample height. I guess I don't know how to set it up. Like, I want to be able to compare the different noises. So I guess what we would do is be like, height. I guess we have ground height, which is just going to be the same as height, right? It's ground height too. And so I guess we can just like add a third one and say like 3. And then be like, yes. Because technically it's not going to be like the same, but different. So we're going to go, first I'm going to cut you, put you at the bottom. Because technically you're only like a test thing, so you shouldn't actually really be like mixed in there, so I can't fucking get you out easily. All right, so you are going to sample, and so you sample noise 2D. I don't like that I have to do that. That's, I had to split it. I don't remember why. I think it's because I couldn't work out how to pass it in easily. So like somewhere it's like implement descriptor. So then we're like, fn sample. I guess you're just gonna make you take in like a. I guess you get like a level then. I guess. Let enum pub enum quality low, medium, high, and then you take in a quality. Level. Gonna do that, and then we say match. Oh, match. Level. And you just say, technically, yeah, you're high. Just put you here. H noise. So then we would just say that you do self dot m noise, and then your self dot l noise, don't get, right? And then they're exactly the same, and then do the same thing to you. Copy you down here and paste you in here and go, please don't sample only 2D, that'd be dumb. Right. And then sample 3D and do that. And then we go, hey, map parameters. So you sample 2D noise, and then you say, so your quality high, and then your quality medium, and then, oh, wait. Oh, we have to do all of them, that's right. Your quality low, actually. This is the actual ground height. Fertility, I want fertility actually to be like, fertility should be on high, because fertility should like basically be pseudo random. And we don't actually need to multiply by pi. I don't do that anymore, do I? No, okay, cool. So rainfall's in like a medium level sampling, I think. Quality medium. Okay, can we also like, oh, don't know if I can keep, so I press there. Replace with use path. Okay. Quality low, quality high, quality low. You need quality, what are you, round 2? So your quality medium, and your ground height 3. So your quality high. Right. So this is just more about like knowing exactly what I'm doing in terms of okay, then I have to go to my debug code and go, at some point I added this random press button. So we add a new button, it's going to say ground button 3, and we need a comma here, and we're going to go, hey, you're actually your ground height 3, and then like set debug biome, and then we should just be able to like run it with the debug biome, and then just like look at the 3 different noises, because they should be generating exactly the same value. Oh. Just at a different scale. Oh. I don't know if I can give it a deep thing. I can give it to the like built-in one. Like I think it's just ChatGPT though. Anyway, I'm trying to get this. So if we then open this debug and we said open debug console, regenerate. Right. So apparently we never added the second ground height, which is a little bit confusing to me. Excuse me. So we're gonna do like this ground height. Apparently it's much slower. I don't know why it's so much slower. It's interesting. So why is there no third ground height? Is my question. There probably is. It's probably just not good enough space to fit the fucking... Yeah, I can see it. God damn it, you suck. Alright. I need to make that fucking bigger. You spawn. Can I make your height like 500? I want to make your width. The actual trick would be to come down here and say you are flex. Okay, these are sliders. You are flex wrap. That's the default. Wrap and then flex wrap. Okay. Technically that's the way to do it, because then it will wrap around. Okay. So you wanted to go here and go like new chat window and be like, so to DeepSeek, let's get to okay. So I want to go probably plan and be like, can you do an audit of the code? Look for repeating or redundant code that can be reduced. Give reasons for what you find. Alright, see what it does. Well, I fuck around over here. Okay, so we're gonna debug, we're gonna open the debug console. More buttons. Alright, so we go ground height 1, and we generate that. We go, okay, this is what ground height 1 looks like. Oh, that's why we can't see it doing it when we regenerate the same ground height, is because it's like it's actually just, we wouldn't know if the chunk was swapped in and out because it would generate the same chunk. So I want to like look at something and go, like, annoyingly I can't do this and have this menu closed, which is like infuriating, but anyway. Also, we want to drop that way the fuck down to like 1 and regenerate, because then it'll also generate way faster because there's only 1 chunk per thing. Right. So this looks kind of nice. We go, hey, ground height, regenerate. So this is like a much flatter ground height too. It effectively is like, oh yeah, I forgot. They're supposed to be like identical, which means we need to restart. Fair enough. But the issue is that DeepSeek won't. I don't think DeepSeek's tied into the ChatGPT thing, so I can't like, or like the VS Code. So I'd have to actually go to DeepSeek thing. Like they'd have like a website somewhere. I think maybe it is just a model I can select. What is it fucking doing something? So it says order structure. Exploring with subagents. Going for it's doing something. What models can I go? Raper. Yes, I don't think I have access to DeepSeek without actually going to DeepSeek's website. Or like whatever application they supply. Maybe at the end of the stream. I don't want to get too sidetracked. Mostly because I got other shit to be doing. What was I doing? What am I talking about? Alright. The map premise. I think, if I remember correctly, I'm multiplying by pi. No, don't multiply by pi. First off, slow, but also. So these are both at like 1 in 1,000. 1 1,000. 1 1,000. And we also want to go up to here and say you are also 1,000. That one? And 100,000. Yeah, 1,000. Don't multiply by pi, ground height. Yeah, thank you. These two are now also sampling two very distinctly different maps, which is interesting. Oh, apparently it's done. What did it say? Let's have a look at how I came up with. So, well, it fucking wrote a fucking thing. Findings. Nope. Highest value duplication is in chunk mesh generation. Reason chunk repeats the same 6 axis faces generation structure 3 times instead of bake mesh. Then replace the same structure again in the LED. This is a lot of complex vertex normal index wiring, and okay, it's very correct there that the bake mesh, I got it working, and then I just copy pasted it in here and just got it to replace, when in theory I could just like use the LED but with an LED of 1 to do that anyway. Menu buttons, contexts, repeated access to many UI flows, replace main, okay, reason. All build the same button structure with only label, action, and corner style changes. This is redundant because the visual and pattern is already stable. Recommendation: introduce a small menu button helper or a spec-driven builder. This is low risk cleanup with improved maintenance payoff. Okay, that's very correct too. I actually, this is on my planned list. If I go to my to-dos, where the fuck they went. To do make menu into system parameter to make it easier to make UIs. Add reflect based UI. That's something else actually. Okay, let's keep going. So the answer is yes. Okay, so I'm just gonna add this to my to do, the other one. So merge make mesh and make LOD. Technically, we don't even use the make LOD, so it's not really that important whether they're like redundant or not. So what does it say? Player movement input is duplicated between flying and walking models. Reason both. Okay, flatten forward vector into the horizontal plane. Collect input a vector. Normalize the result. Apply boost. Double debug. Walk map block. So I think what it's trying to say is I should make the flying movement its own fucking thing. Check image allocation boilerplate is are these so checkbook wiring is repeated. Produce one-off handlers. Yep, it's actually correct. I worked out that Bevy's way of doing it is way better than my way of doing it. Walk collision check duplicate the same logic for X and Y axes. Okay. Map debug UI is heavily spec-like, but still written only manual. Out manual. Wait, what? Map okay, yeah, I'm assuming that's because I'm going to at some point. It's in my fucking to-do list. Is make the button. Block enum conversion has duplicate mapping logic from I think the AI is just insulting me. Check image allocation boilerplate is duplicated. Okay. Camera setting settings. Observer repeats the same closure shape. Small but real duplicating exists in anchor value and grounded operator impulse. Okay. Technically, this would be the easiest to fix because I could literally just pipe in a value of 1 and get it, like... Anyway, I'll work on that later. Yeah, it's being mean to me. Okay, so we go... first off, debug, open the debug console, and we drop this immediately down to here. We go, generate. Aha! Okay. Now this takes up way too much of a... Okay, so what we have going on now is this is what the map's current height selection is going to be. This is how we're going to pick mountains, basically. Anything like down in the red, that's going to be grasslands. Anything really green is going to be mountains. So basically, like, this is going to be mountain peaks, I think, would be my assumption. This bit here, mountain peak. This would also be like a mountain, but like in between here would just be like hills. So these two top levels, they'd be mountains. In between would be hills. This one would probably be like, so this would be like one big mountain, whereas this would be like probably like big mountain here and then like smaller peaky bits around here. I don't actually know how that would work, but then we go ground level 2. So this is the next noise down kind of thing. We can regenerate this. So this would be the, ooh, what? Really? How did that change? Wow. I don't know, it really does change height quite a lot. Okay. So this is the next noise down. So there's much quieter noise, as you can see. It's actually interesting because like the minimum and maximum height difference between these is like fucking shockingly different. Did I fuck something up? That feels like really stupidly different. And then this one's like your bottom level noise. This is not mountains at all. This is like strange. Maybe like rainfall, maybe. Like regenerate rainfall. Look at the rainfall. I feel like rainfall should probably be like a little bit more scaled down because it is kind of implying the rain. The fertility should be like this. This is what fertility should look like. Let's actually go fertility and regenerate. Okay, so apparently fertility is like even more fucking chaos. But like as you can see, like the fertility is kind of like all over the place. Technically, I could make the fertility sample the rain, which is actually kind of interesting. We could do like theoretically, there's no reason we couldn't do that. Actually, it's like technically fertility could be like a compound one where we have a temperature and a rain, and then we can generate like the fertility based on like is there enough rain to offset the increase in temperature. So high temperature, high rain will actually grow better than low temperature, no rain. This is like high temperature, high rain. Interesting. I think that technically the temperature should also be on a high scale, but the rain should be on a low scale. I also feel like we could do some weird cheaty shit with rain and be like, we could sample the rain for like on a local level. The rain definitely needs to be the medium one, yeah. So we could also like, for example, sample the gradient of the rain, I guess. Not of the rain. Like I'm trying to think. My issue with this is like I'm manually adding a lot of stuff that really should be boilerplated into its own thing. So what I want to do is go like I want to test a debug button because that's funny with this though. Is I can just whack in debug button. So I want to be like terrain aware rain. Actually, let's call this rain shadow. Rain shadow. Right. So the way the rain shadow is going to work is we're going to make an entirely new parameter. Technically, we're going to say, hey, rainfall. Wait, what? Why is it 1 minus? No, that's not how rain. Fuck off, AI. That's not how rain shadows work. Right. I'm just going to make it sample rain shadow. That's the fun thing about these as well, is if it actually does work how I want it to work, like if it actually makes noise that looks like, I can just leave rain shadow as a thing. Like I can just like leave it existing. Rain shadow. Right. So we have our rain shadow. And now we just need to go back to our parameters. I'm like, let's make rain shadow. I'm like import. Oh no, just struct. Struct rain shadow. Right. Let me import rain shadow. Right. Wait, it's not import. It's import from map. For rain shadow. Right. And then type point 2D output is a an F32, and we like do this. Right. So the way the rain shadow is going to work is we are effectively going to sample P and P from high. Right. So P is this. So this is actually, yeah. I'm going to call you G. So I'm going to sample G. Actually, we don't need to sample G. We can say like let I guess it's like G. We need G1 equals map.ground height plus IVEC2 new I guess right IVEC2 x, right. That's G1, and then let G2 minus x, and then let G3 is plus z minus z, and then we go wait, oh, why? Because it's strange, like right. All right. So then we go something like or is it actually BBH? So H1. And then we say effectively, this should be over the sample like over the course of 3, I guess. So how do I calculate that? So it's like we say let ray equals H1 minus, because so gradient is rise over run. So it's effectively it's vec. All right, the maximum. Oh, it's H1 minus H2 dot absolute plus dot max of H3 minus H4 dot absolute. Right, so that's our gradient. And then we go, I actually just want to return gradient. So your output is just gradient times 10 clamp between 0 and 1. Sure. I don't know if that's going to work, but the idea of the gradient times 10, we take the max of the absolutes. I got something wrong somewhere. Did I not make it public? That's what I didn't do. Didn't make it public. Public. Sure. Range shadow. Rock. Also, maybe I should stop poking things around. Did I make this? I'm gonna pretend like everything's in the correct place. Yeah. So to go to our debug menu, or to open our debug menu, go down to this, regenerate. Apparently 0 does nothing. It's kind of fun. 1, regenerate. Okay. So apparently we didn't put the rain shadow as a button, which is annoying. Why you need to make it a thing that it does automatically. Anyway, for our debug tool, we need to go down here. We go, hey, can we copy you, comma paste you, and go, please do rain shadow. Rain shadow. Now we don't like relaunch you. So the idea here, I guess, is that we're hoping that it's going to have some kind of effectively, like we want patches of red, like red, patches of green, and then like a gradient in between. And the idea is that we can then multiply rainfall by that gradient. That makes sense. Theoretically, we could also do like an east to westy kind of thing, but that might be a little bit too ambitious. And the idea being that like it's effectively sampling to see if it thinks it's going to be a mountain. The answer is that it rolls 0 every single fucking time. Okay. So I need you to kind of like print me out values then, I guess. They shouldn't be 0 every single time, but so if we put it on something else like height, regenerate. So it is very much that the rain shadow is just not generating numbers correctly. So we have to go back to map parameters and go rain shadow. So you sample the noise 2D. So you sample the noise and you get the ground height for all the surrounding places. So you get plus x, plus y, minus y. The issue is that I feel like they may be getting like basically the same number. So can we maybe like print line? I suspect actually it's probably just that it's the gradient, because we're multiplying by 10, it's probably getting a really big number and just like spewing that out. So we probably don't want to multiply the gradient by 10. So we can go to settings. I just need it to spit out a number that I can use. We go play, we go debug, we go here, we go hey, set it to range shadow, regenerate. And then we can like just close this. So it's a lot of fucking noise. So our h, which gives us like a gradient, like basically effectively a fucking tiny ass gradient. Our gradient is always in the order of like way too small, basically. So we can times it by what, like 100. So it turns it by 10, 100. It turns like 500, and it would still be way too small. Times it by 100. Oh, you probably wouldn't. You probably don't want it to be printing out. Can we go info? I think Bevy's much faster, like because it actually like is designed to be used like this, so it doesn't like slow your frame rate to fucking nothing. So we go play, we go escape, we go debug, we open in the console, we go like, please just only generate me like 1 chunk's worth. Go to the range shadow and regenerate. Okay. See, so the game's not locked up. Interesting. Okay, no, it's actually just being really slow. The game isn't locked up, but like they're actually taking forever to generate. Which is... So the range shadow is still generating numbers that are like way too small, I guess. I didn't actually change that. Can I get you to info the gradient? Gradient. Alright, so it's gonna, technically we can just cheat. We can just be like, if point, I guess equals, what? No. If point equals, I back to 0, then please like print out the fucking thing, because the idea is that like there should only be like 1.0 in the entire map, and it's like right at the center, and I just need to know like what the gradient it thinks it's gonna get. So we go play, we go debug, open, and we go range shadow, generate. Okay, it still was doing something. It was doing something. What did it spit out? So it spit out the gradient is gradient at this is 0.02 0.020320537. So when I spit out the gradient times 100, like I should be getting a number. That's my issue. It's probably still a number smaller than 1. So what do you do with this number? Ah, yes, that would help, wouldn't it? Times by chunk size. Fucking AI. Alright, so effectively, I wasn't multiplying by the chunk size, which means I was getting a value maybe close to 1, but it wasn't actually going into the world, because it was then getting, it was never greater than 1, and therefore never actually going to make a chunk. So we go play, we go debug, we go here, we go here, we go range shadow, regenerate. So first off, excuse me, but there appears to be a range shadow, and it actually, outside of the fact that it very clearly seems to be on an axis line, it actually might be doing what I want it to be doing. I just need to go, oh, it's right over here. We turn this down to 1 so we don't have sky on top. And we resume. We go, okay. So what's happening here is that, as you can see, the range shadow, as it passes through whatever the fuck's happening here, it's quite wet. I'm unclear. This seems to be some kind of maybe bug in the Perlin noise, because you can quite clearly see that there's some kind of weird lines happening with the fact that we're sampling exactly 1 space apart. But like, look at this one, where it's like you can see just these repeating patterns as like, for some reason, the range shadow seems to decide that like stepping 1 and stepping 1 means that this must be a nice range shadow, but like something here is causing it to give it a really big rain shadow. So, this is kind of working. This is what I would expect. So I suspect these are like bugged things where it's like they're right on a boundary or something, so they're rolling like a really high number. So ironically, I don't know if I want to fix them because they kind of might play into what I have planned, which is to effectively say that the rainfall is going to be so then we sample rainfall and we just like effectively say that the rain shadow is like, so the value is still really low. That's interesting. We didn't clamp it. That's what's happening, isn't it? It's like we're going like we're actually rolling a number that's fucking massive. Maybe it still shouldn't be doing that anyway. Where is my map parameter? Okay, so we have gradient times 100. No, we are clamping it. It's just that the gradient times 100 effectively rolls very, very low, except these... What the fuck? Okay, I don't get... Yeah, this is definitely a bug. I guess we're not supposed to sample on integer boundaries, maybe. So, point plus that. Like, it's got something to do with the fact that we're stepping like exactly an integer and however the math's rolling out, like these particular points are doing some kind of weirdness. Honestly, I don't actually care. So then we say, well, first off, I need to maybe multiply it by like more than 100 then, like maybe 500. And then because we're clamping it again, like it becomes that, see, we're also, we still actually get zeros, which is good. So I also think I'm sampling ground height maybe a little bit too close together still, like the fact that we're still getting these like some things. We need to work out like when mountains appear, I guess. So we're getting a gradient times 1,000. So then this should like fix a lot of this because we won't end up with the weird like it cancels out exactly at this fucking line because they should all be, all those lines should be inside the rain shadow where it's like 100%. So effectively, I'm just gonna open this. I'm just gonna go to rain shadow and regenerate and see like. Okay, so multiplying by 100 was maybe a little bit too aggressive, but then again, this might actually be very rain shadowy. I need to kind of generate the mountains to know. But the idea is, definitely still got these fucking weird ass artifacts. But the idea is that basically it's saying that there is no rain here. This is in the rain shadow. And then, well, this is also apparently just dead to the world. I don't quite get. I'm going to assume that it's too high and therefore not generating. But the idea is that, like, this is saying it's getting extra rain, getting extra rain, getting extra rain. And then this down here, then there's a negative. So this is getting no rain. So this is in a shadow. That is a rain shadow. Like a true rain shadow. Right, let's turn this down and so we get like a much more accurate, like what does it actually look like? Not like this weird fucking repeated on top of itself. So I reckon if we generate this, this might actually be what I want, which is, I'm not sure if these are really high or really low. I'm guessing really low. These are somehow like scoring like zeros. But it doesn't make sense because it like, you can see that like it's got valleys and then it goes up and up and up and up. Why does it plummet to 0? So I'm going to assume that they're too high. And that like it's clamping, it's getting a value greater than 1 and therefore this chunk's not generating anything there. Maybe. It's a pipe dream. There's also these weird still artifacts exist, but the idea being that I suspect that if we generate like something based off of the ground height, that where the red is, well, apparently we fucking struck it. Where the red is, it's going to be like will be like low rain. So the idea is that we're going to do like Where is the fucking thing? Code. Here. Yeah. Okay, I close. I'm gonna close this because I keep accidentally opening it. When we go here, we're gonna say, hey, so you do this, and then you're gonna sample. So let's go like times 100. I actually have no. Maybe we should sample it diagonally. So you'd be and then you'd be minus I think to 1. So you're plus 1 and minus 1. All right, then you'd be x and you'd be y. Plus 1 and minus 1 would be diagonally up. Oh no, you see, you need to be IVEC new 1 minus 1, and then you'd be yeah the same. Okay, so sample it the cross shape, I guess. I don't know, like we could sample it further away. I'm just trying to get rid of that weird fucking artifact that's coming up. Anyway, so then we multiply gradient by 100 and we say like if gradient is like greater than 0.5, we return. Okay, well, we need a sample rainfall. So let rain equal map dot get rainfall, and then we say point. Right, and then we say, hey, if the gradient's less than that, just return rain. Actually, think we should want to say like let G1 equal H1 minus H2 if let G2 equal, okay, and then if G1 dot absolute is greater than G2 dot absolute, then so let gradient equal. There's probably a function to do this, but we're going to say let gradient equal and say G1 else G2. Right, so that means we can have a positive and a negative gradient. Right, so gradient equals this, then get rid of this, and you say okay, so if G1 is absolute is greater than G2's absolute, then your G1, else your G2. And we need to say like times 100. Right, so these should give us gradients 100. Oh. Right, this will give us gradients between plus and minus 1. Right, then we want to say that the rainfall, if gradient to absolute is greater than 0.5, then just return the rainfall. Else, I do kind of want you to print this out, please, but just to kind of see. Except I probably want gradient G1 G2. I'm looking sneeze. Oh god, then we want a bunch of them. Be like, if your point x is equals 0, and your point y is dot y dot absolute is less than 20 by like 100. It's gonna like point out like 100 gradients for me along a line as well. 100 gradients exactly along an x. So you can see the gradient go up and down. So the idea is we have a positive and a negative gradient, and then we say get the rainfall, and then we say if the gradient is greater than a half, like if the magnitude of the gradient is greater than half, I feel like I could just put 2 points like vec3s in magnitude. Anyway. So we say gradient absolute is greater than half, then you just return the rain. So the idea is that like, wait, no, if the gradient's absolute is less than a half. So basically, if it's fairly flat, just return rain. Else, you return rain times by 1 minus gradient. All right, so we've confirmed that gradient is at least a half. I guess plus rain times 1 plus gradient. Yes. I guess that's what we do. We get rid of this, we get rid of this, we get rid of this bit, and we get this bit. Right. So if it's less than half, if its magnitude is less than half, we just return the rainfall. But if its magnitude is greater than a half, then we return 1 plus the gradient, which means that theoretically the gradient can go up to 1, which means that theoretically the rainfall can go up to 2. Like you can have a maximum of 2, or I guess like a minimum of the rain, and so 1, and the gradient can go up to negative, so it can go up to 1, it can go from 1 to -1. Yeah, so at its absolute worst, we just return 0 rain because the gradient is literally -1. I don't think it can be a -1 because that would imply that it's straight up, and that would kind of break. But the idea being that like we're effectively just reducing, we're taking the rain value and we're saying, hey, if the gradient's not actually that steep, then you're not actually in a rain shadow, just return the rain. Otherwise, you know, like use the gradient to calculate like sort of how steep it is and correct the rain accordingly. Now, we probably should be sampling that on a curve because we're going to end up with some weird fucking shit because we're not. But anyway, open the console, drop this down to like 1, and then we like rain shadow and we regenerate. There we go. Okay. So this is what my rain shadow map looks like. There seems to be a bit of a bug at whatever the fuck that is. So, you know, like, it's weird because assembling diagonally like has greatly reduced that. So that's very interesting actually. I don't know why there's a very, very strong rain shadow there as well. It's a bit weird. But here's the idea. Like, so we go, this is rainfall. And then this is rain shadow. Ah, so the rain shadow's, I mean, it's kind of working in that, like, you are, in fact, the rain shadow. So we generate height. And so it's kind of saying that something along here is causing a very steep gradient. All right, so the answer is fuck you. Also, the gradient should be this minus this divided by 3. I don't think that makes any fucking difference, but you know, it's not even 3; it's even more than 3. It's not divided by 3. Okay, so what if instead we said that I need to work out this vector. So it's effectively I need to point one vector. So we need to say G1 is like a vector, is a vec3 new, and it goes from, it's like 1 1 h1 minus 1 normalize dot something normalize. Sure. And then because they have a magnitude of 1. Well, they don't actually have a magnitude of 1. They have a magnitude of 3, don't they? Anyway, so you're this, so we say if G1 dot magnitude length. Wait. It's dotting it with something. All right, whatever. Let's just leave the AI to continue. Like, what did the AI actually try to fucking do here? I was going to try and magnitude it and then, like, normalize it or something. I don't know. Actually, this magnitude is just going to be 1, isn't it? Hello, AI. Like, what did you do? What did you do? Oh. So it appears to have made some mistakes in that it's multiplying by like 100 or something. Like, what are we getting? Like, we're getting G as like 63. So we're getting like G1 is 0.63, G2 is 0. Okay, I don't think I should be dot producting with fucking anything. What does dot do? Why are you dot product? Actually, the y is this A. And you're like 1. You're also 1. I don't think the AI understands what I'm trying to do. It's therefore giving me like really bizarre results, but it is kind of funny. So maybe I don't want to normalize it. Maybe I just want to take the dot product. What is the dot product? The dot product is like the sum of like 2 vectors or something stupid like that. The dot product is A times B, or the absolute of A and B in cosine. Fuck you. Shouldn't this be a single number then? It is a single number. What? Oh, I'm taking the dot product of it with this normalized vector. Oh. Shouldn't. So you are normalized with. I shouldn't be taking like the dot product of y. Oh, just like the up. Yeah. Just, you have to normalize it, you little fucking weirdo. Like we're saying dot product of up. Okay, but we are getting like numbers now. I want to compare it to rainfall. Okay, apparently the dot the gradients have gone back to being effectively tiny. Are these always negative? No, you can be positive. Just that you're higher. Right. Wow, that's times 100. Jesus Christ. All right, times 1,000 then. Wait, no, the G wasn't. Yeah, no, the gradient was nice and high. It's just apparently like. All right, so we're gotta go back to like being like, can you return 0, please? I just want to know where does the rain shadow get? Does the rain shadow ever get high enough? Yeah, it's definitely doing something. It's just I don't think it's ever getting above 0.5, and therefore it's just always it's just gonna always be rain, or like just the rain. But it does kind of mean like it is actually kind of working, because it's sampling. Look, it's got the same fucking issue. It's got something to do with that. Do you know what it is? It's probably that I'm cutting it too steep. Hence, because you can see it's quite rocky and like, you know, all over the place. I don't know why these ones are red. So that being rocky and all over the place implies that like it's just that I'm cutting the rain shadow too steep. Which, I mean, at that point, if that's how it turns out, I may as well just not do the rain shadow in there, like we just multiply the rain by the gradient and like not worry about being like, if you're less than this, just do normal rain. Because in theory, like where the ground is nice and flat, the gradient should just be basically 0. Well, I guess that's the problem, isn't it? It's like rain shadow, I calculate. So, first up, get off the phone. Good. Right. So, what this is telling me is that anywhere that it is, it's actually pretty good. Because that's what you would actually expect from rain shadows, just like as a fact. Is that like basically what's happening here is we're saying that this is sort of hitting the side of a mountain. So, like in theory, when it generates, it'll generate like a mountain here, or maybe even here, which means that this side of the mountain should get lots of rain, and this side of the mountain should get no rain. Like that's actually what a rain shadow does. Like if you went and so I actually know where one is. Like Google Maps. Maps. What the fuck? Maps. Google Maps. Apparently Hawaii. I don't know why it defaulted to Hawaii. Anyway, Hawaii too. Weird. It's an island. Anyway, so rain shadow. There's a mountain range that runs down here. So it rains on this side, and there's a rain shadow, which, I mean, kind of is what we have, where it's like we would have a mountain range, and then a rain shadow. Like, look how long this rain shadow. So the idea is that over here, this is all like the tropics. Like this is the also technically anywhere where it's got nothing, there's still definitely a bug inside the, I think that's a simplex noise bug where so basically this is a desert. This is in the rain shadow of some kind of fucking mountain. But there's a couple of patches that are weird, which is incorrect, because that's why I was trying to only make it do it when it's not always rain shadow, because what's happening? Is there anything weird like step down that's happening where like this is all quite steep and therefore getting lots of rain. This is all not very steep and therefore should just be getting standard rain. I guess that's kind of a way to do it. So, oh, actually, that's a good way. That's a good way. So what we want to do, because I'm trying to minimize the amount of red, because theoretically, like, lots of green's fine, because that's basically saying that this is like a mountain range. But we want to say like, we want like a bell curvy idea of like, we want normal amounts of rain where the rain shadow is like greater than like 0.3, I guess. The issue is I don't actually know how high it's ever getting. So if the rain shadow isn't particularly steep, we don't want anything. That should prevent us having really big deserts. Maybe I should take the average steepness as well. That might be smarter. Instead of the maximum steepness. Rain shadow, regenerate. Do this, regenerate. I keep forgetting to click regenerate. So what we want to see effectively, and I don't know if we're seeing it, that's the issue, is we expect to see this. This is what we'd expect. Is we want like a high and then there's like low on the other side, but not forever. Like, so what this is saying is like this mountain range here, like if it was actually not fucking one-dimensional, this mountain range is catching all the rain, and then it's like a desert all the way here. Then it goes back to just being normal rain again. So like the shadow casts for ages. The idea, same thing here. Like what this is saying is that there's actually like a mountain here on this side or on this side that's casting a shadow. I'm going to say it's on that side because this one's getting quite green, which implies that the gradient's going that way. So well, one thing I guess we could do is we need to check. It's like maybe it should only apply to positive gradients. My only thing with negative gradients is that like the north and the south side of a mountain's the same, and the issue is that like we're always checking kind of like upward. That's why I was going like either of them. Maybe we should blend them. Like, I guess what the other thing is we could just say like no, I like having both of them. We just want to be like no. So I want you to be like maybe 5. And then you would be also 5, 5. So that's so positive, positive. Positive, negative. The idea is I'm trying to sample in like a cross shape, but maybe I should just sample the X and the Y. It kind of makes it much simpler. So we just say like your X and then your Y. No, other way. I'm just thinking like maybe if we sample over a larger period, it'll fix this whole fucking like suddenly there's a fucking rain shadow that exists because it's the only place where the fucking gradients are steep. So we take this and this, and then we say that the G is the so here's the thing, is we're going effectively 10 blocks. So we're going to say vec 2 new. Your travel is 10 and your difference in height is h2 minus h1 dot with y. I think that might actually kind of, so you're also 10, and then okay, so first off let's see what that looks like in terms of a gradient. I'm just trying to work it out. So this this is just the gradient. It's just the amount that it changes over the distance. So it's just this number divided by 10. Oh, I don't know. The point is that like the idle game side of things is purely there for the sake of like there will be some kind of meta progression-y thing of like exploration. Like it's going more for the like there's a reason to go looking around, and I feel like like what are we getting? 0.1, 0.2. That the idea is that yeah, like the idleness of the game doesn't really like matter on the detail of the world. Like yes, I probably shouldn't be putting this much effort into it early on, but again, it doesn't actually necessarily need to be. I keep going idle game because in my brain it's got to be a game. Like it's actually got to have some kind of game mechanic, but like in reality, it's more akin to like Dwarf Fortress and there was another one where like the game is secondary to generating a really cool world. More that like, you know what I mean? Like, ooh, now this is looking not super promising, and also it's still got the same issue. It's just, you know, like wider, but there's something about like these coordinates that's causing an issue. Right. So now we're getting effectively rain shadows. So we're still getting this weird like deserting effect where like huge swaths are I guess it's what you... Ah, fucking Bevy's doing it again. It's selecting that button, so when I hit spacebar, it like regenerates it. So what's happening is these the red areas are areas that have rolled shadow. So they're in the shadow of the green areas, and the green areas... So here's the issue. The green areas probably shouldn't... I guess this is trying to say like this is the top of the mountain. And then like this is a shadowed area, and this is like a weird enclave. Okay, interesting. See, I do like, because you end up with this situation where like effectively you end up with areas with lots of rain, areas with reduced rain. And that's these two colors. And then anyway, there's no color means that like it's not actually in a rain shadow. This is just regular rain. The issue is it's a little bit too everywhere. If that makes sense. We need to sample like... I guess is that what the problem is that we're sampling... Like, if I drop this down like 3 and said that this is actually like 6 by 6. Also, I don't know if dotting by Y is even like necessary. It's probably a smarter thing to do. Like, I'm just trying to throw math at the wall and see what looks nice. But well, actually, the other thing is because we have the gradient higher now. Like, it's actually returning values that are better. I guess there's no reason we couldn't. I should probably also tweak this to stop generating like much higher maps than I want. Right. So wait, turning that down onto a smaller sampling range has resulted in bigger swaths. All right, so we actually want to go the other way. We want to say like sample like 10, 10. This should be 20, my dude. Right. I actually don't know if the dotting does literally anything. But then what we can do is we can also test that. You should make smaller patches because what we're doing is we're sampling a larger area. Therefore, we're getting a steeper gradient. Like we're detecting the more of the gradient. Whereas when we're stepping one block, we're only sampling the gradient at like really close by, and therefore we're like getting a much lower resolution map, I guess, the way I look at it. So I don't know what's going on in regards to why is this all red, why is this all green, but like this looks like pretty good. Not entirely sure why. We're getting some really bizarre artifacting, but I think these ones are just too tall. They must be returning greater than 1 or something. Right. Well, it actually makes sense because like we're effectively saying rain times 2. So we need to scale the gradient by a half. So if gradient is less than like a half. Oh wait, that's what we were supposed to be doing anyway. So those places are effectively places that the gradient was greater than a half. Because it means that like they were able to roll greater than 2. Rain, generate. Does that work? No, not really. I mean, it's so close to being correct. What the? So I think it's still doing the same thing. Where these are just rolling numbers greater than 2 or less than 1. Oh, like less than -1 or something. So that's why they're the wrong color. So I'm trying to remember how you do this. So it's like rain. Is it rain? All right. So this value then needs to be clamped. Clamp between 0 and 1. We're doing, so scaling this down, going rainfall. Oh, no, to go up, can't be 0. Rain shadow, 0. Rain shadow, 0. So, this actually seems like it might be kind of accurate. I mean, we need to still fuck this rain off in that, like, I think it's because I'm doing 1+, so we're effectively saying that the rain, rain shadow is all, like on the mountainside is always plus 1.5. So what's happening here, I guess, is a little bit weird, is that we have effectively like a mountain somewhere, right? Like this bit here is a mountain, I guess. And so the wind is bringing the rain in, and then the rain is pouring onto the side of the mountain, which is meaning like all this area is not getting any, like it's getting normal rain. But like everywhere there's a mountain is like there's lots of rain falling, but then like it's not actually blocking all of the rain. Kind of cool. I do feel like what I need to do is say it's like it's actually should be like a half. The other one is to go like if gradient is less than 0, and then else. Oh, that says E. Okay. So these are going to have 2 different things. So the rainfall is going to still be clamped at 100%, but we're going to say rain times. Actually, we're going to clamp it at. No, yeah, clamp it at 1. So we're going to say rain times 0.5 plus, so plus 0. But so we're going to say rain times gradient. So we're going, we know that the gradient has to be greater than 0.5. So we're saying rain times 0.5 plus 0.5. Or even with just like 0.3. We're basically saying that we could have all the way up to full rain, because it's, so the rain could roll a 1 and the gradient could be a 1. But no matter what, we're adding like 0.3 to the rain, and then we're clamping it to a 0.1. But then we're going to say that the actual, like the reduced rain, even this is probably stupid. We do want the rain. I think we want to go, so like maybe gradient times, actually. Gradient plus 0.5. So now we guarantee that we're going to get, because we already know the gradients are greater than a half. So we guarantee that we're multiplying the rain by at least 1. And then we're clamping the rain back down because we don't want the rain. So we're 100% increasing the rain. Like it's guaranteed to be more rain when you're in a positive gradient. Right. Yeah, so we're guaranteeing it's positive rain. Maybe we dot the 2 gradient. Anyway. So we're guaranteeing it's positive rain. And then so we're saying if the gradient is negative, we can say that it's, I guess, 1 plus the gradient. So now we're guaranteeing that we're less than half the rain. I guess we guarantee that we already know that the gradient is definitely 1, and the gradient I don't think can be greater than 0. Maybe it can. I don't know. Maybe I fucked up somewhere. Don't think a dot product can ever be greater than 1. Right. So the gradient is 1, and at absolute worst is -1. At absolute best, it's -1/2. So the rain is guaranteed to be halved, which is interesting. I guess actually we would say else, and then we just return 0, because now we can have different thresholds instead of this little thing where we've gone this, that. We can say if gradient is less than negative 0.3, So we're guaranteeing a rain of 1. And then else if gradient is greater than 0.5. So this should mean we can actually control also which is more common. Like, we should now have more rain deserts than... I think maybe, I don't know. Honestly, this is one of those things where like you plot the fucking formula because it's so much easier to see what it's doing than like just to be like, what's it gonna look like? So we have lots of rain, and then we have these quaint little shadows. Well, here's the other thing. We can also like say like this is a rain. It looks so rain shadowy. That looks nice and rain shadow. We just need to, I guess, one, we're probably sampling the environment a little bit too. So like, if I made this like 100, this should sample the environment like at 100th the resolution. Basically just moving the points further apart. I guess the issue could also be that like, interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to run this through in my head what we're actually doing. So apparently the answer is that they just didn't work. Can we... So yeah, multiplying by 100 kind of made the rain shadows like exceedingly rare. But like, they are kind of doing... Oh no. They're not really doing what I want. The issue is that I can't pass in like a fractional amount. Like I mean, the obvious thing to do is to like do like plus 100 minus 100. Yeah, no, we're sampling too far. 10 kind of worked. But I feel like 1 is actually the correct place. The correct amount to sample over is literally just the next block. The issue is that we don't end up in places with a nice enough gradient to do that. Maybe it's this number that can control how steep the gradient needs to be to get the dot product that we want. Just going to go back to just randomly hitting rain shadow. So we're getting like 0.2 along that line. So like there should be some rain shadows. Right, they've gone back to just being like singular line samples. Interesting. It's actually like kind of interesting that they're doing that. They basically look like what I want. So if I made this like 10 now, does that mean that the rain shadows are becoming more common? That could like let me modify things a little bit easier. We'll just go here, we'll just go rain shadow, regenerate. And go, did I make rain shadows more or less common by doing it? I mean, they kind of do what I would want in that, like, we're getting like effectively a green patch and a brown patch that's next to each other. That's proportional to its gradient. Like, so obviously there'd be a mountain here. Like this would be the side of the mountain. And then these are getting shadowed because the mountain's blocking all the rain. So making that number smaller, I think, makes the shadows bigger. Or it's probably just this number. Yeah, it's probably doing nothing. Like if we make this 2, technically they're over the stretch of a 3, but like if we make this 2, does that make them suddenly like... I just feel like maybe take the average gradient rather than this min-maxy thing. Winner takes all. Did it make them bigger? No, it doesn't seem to have changed them at all. Alright, so what if I just did like your point A, your fucking minus H2. And then we just got rid of this bit entirely. Oh, you see the gradient is the G1 dot magnitude. Dot length squared. There you go. Just yep. There's no G2. Lovely. Wait, we're not using H4. Honestly, no fucking idea what I'm doing at this point. Oh, we go play, we go debug, we go open debug, and we say rain shadow generate. Have you literally generated anything? Apparently not. What are you're getting? Wow, really fucking tiny numbers is what you're getting. Right, so we need to say like it's this times like 1,000. Well, actually, rather than me fuck around trying to work out how to do that, we just say dot normalize, right? And then length squared is obviously going to be 1. But we can say the gradient is g dot max. Sure, whatever the fuck you're trying to do. I don't know what the AI is up to, but I just like, yeah, just throw random math in there. Maybe the AI will work out what the fuck I'm doing. The AI's probably got a better idea than I do. That shouldn't matter because like the actual chunk being generated or not has literally no impact on its neighbor. It's not sampling its neighbor. It's generating the same noise as its neighbor. So it shouldn't actually matter. What it like the reason it's like probably at the chunks like that is much more to do with the fact that there's an issue with Perlin noise or like the open simplex noise, and it's sampling it's sampling near zero doesn't work or something, or sampling integer values doesn't work, and because of like I'm like multiplying by pi somewhere means that like those values are the ones that, because you can see it like even here, like there's a strike happening, and I guarantee you there'll be something about these coordinates that when you add them together sum up to some kind of mathematical value that does something. Anyway, these rain shadows are looking actually rain shadowy, to be honest. Like we're getting, this is obviously normal rain. It looks like, this looks like pretty normal, like what the rain map would look like. And then this looks like a rain shadow desert. The issue is that like, okay. It's kind of interesting actually, but like, so effectively, wait, no, think if I move you further away, right? If the gradient's greater, less than -0.5, if you're greater than 0.5, does that make the rain shadow bigger or smaller? I'm trying to make it like have more normal rain. So like basically like, it looks pretty good as it is. I think I need to do this where I like effectively like correct for the fact that negative rain shadow needs to be done slightly differently to positive rain shadow. Oh, right, still got other fucking chunks loaded, that's what's going on. So what's happening here is I've set the negative too low. There's no zones of negative rain shadow. Interesting. I do feel like maybe I should just multiply the gradient fucking together. So we could say rain times 1 times gradient one plus gradient. Or was it 0.5 plus gradient, maybe? One, yeah. No, then so we're gonna like times 2, times 0.5. We need to somehow clamp the gradient. But anyway. So what I'm going with here is we're going to multiply the rain by 1 plus the gradient. So if the gradient is +1, we're going to double the rain. If the gradient's -1, we're going to put 0 rain in. We then times by a half, effectively scaling it back to 0 to 1, so that double rain doesn't actually become double rain, but it does mean that like normal rain would be effectively halved by the rain. Like the amount of rain that's normally happening is halved if the gradient is 0. So the rain shadow has 0 effect. You get half the normal rain. I guess you should probably return a value between 1 and -1, and then you can like fucking work it out from there. And then we should like have things like this. Like, look. So like we have normal rain, and then like rain shadows. Like whereas like there's places, and then there's like suddenly no rain, and like theoretically it's a bit hard to tell. Like you can kind of tell that like it's green, brown, green and red, but like as you get to the areas where there's rain shadows, like it's quite clearly like getting greener, and then suddenly it's red. It's like, so it should be generating mountains is effectively what's happening. I think. I don't quite know. I think part of the issue is that like over here it never actually generates higher rain. So there's never any like high points. So if we then said like regenerate these chunks. So this is like our fertility. And then we could be like, what if instead we said fertility actually just samples? I kind of don't want to sample rain shadow very much. Because I feel like so these sample 2 different things. So I want you to say like you're that point, and then you're this. So that's really scaled to 0 to 1. Right. So I'm going to say like let home, let p equal home, and then like let r equal this, and then like let g equal map dot get rain shadow. Right, and then we go like, yeah, I guess it's like passing p. No, we have to pass in point. Right, so like the rain shadow, then we just, I guess we just return. Oh no, here we go here, and we say, you just return r times g. Because g should be 0 to 1, and then r is also 0 to 1. We could instead add G instead of adding a half. And then we just like open this and we say, hey, fertility, and generate fertility, and be like, what the fuck does this look like? Apparently in fucking barren ass wasteland. Jesus Christ. Who killed the environment? It's very dead. She'd be very dead. Well, definitely be a desert. Hello? Are you okay? Who hurt you? Why are you so dead? Okay. Fuck it. I think what's happening here is I'm multiplying two numbers less than 1, which is always going to give you less than 1. So effectively, like, best case scenario, it can be 1. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to say r.clamp 0 and 1. Right. So the reason I'm doing that is that, like, effectively, like, in the absolute best places where the rain shadow is kicking in, like, where basically effectively there's lots of rain, you could add up to 1 onto that value. So we're sampling the noise and scaling it to a half, so we can roll effectively from -1 to 1, and then hopefully this doesn't result in us having a lot of zeros. But we're then adding the rain shadow. So if it's raining a lot, we can offset some negative fertility from like just the noise. The fertility has its noise. If it's raining a lot in an area, we can increase the fertility, and if it's raining like shit, we don't increase the fertility. So fertility basically like jumbles all over the place. We like fertility, and we should end up with like patches of green, and then but when we end up in the deserts, we get no patches of green. So like in the deserts, but we can still have like low fertility in the areas, but like it goes nice and green, and where there's lots of rain, it's nice and green. So, so fucking stupid. We should also make it, not check the Y for despawning the ground. Like it should probably just take the X and Z. I do like this. So what we could effectively do is rework our desert to, instead of taking, so we go to desert and we say, hey desert, can you, instead of taking your strength, these also, we definitely need to like have like a priority and a strength or something. So like, so effectively we want fertility. I guess we also want to say like let rain equal noise and rainfall. So we say, hey, if your rain is above a certain amount, maximum rainfall, you return none, because the idea would be like you hit rainforest. But like if the fertility is no, I guess for now it doesn't matter. I was gonna make like fertility, but like so that should give us deserts, and then the plains, it's literally the opposite. We go to plains, we just go, hey plains, rain shadow, and we say, hey, if your rain is greater than, you return 1, otherwise you return this abomination of a fucking thing. I guess that's fine. And then we're going to go back to our thing, and we're going to go, we should, when I turn this back on, effectively generate rain and like plains and desert everywhere. Like it should, like we should see the same thing, but it should be plains and deserts instead of this is gonna be really funny if this, like, I spent all this time and it didn't fucking work. Where is the map generator? Map generator. So we have to actually turn on the thing as well to like actually get our biome spec. Anyway, we're gonna turn this off. We're gonna go plains and deserts, and I think we need like a badlands. Just like the badlands effectively should just put nothing. So the desert saying, hey, if the fertility is less than, wait, that's what we did wrong. Plains is not rain shadow, it's fertility. fuck it. It can be whatever. I don't care. It can be the rain shadow. The desert's fertility, right? Yeah, fertility. Cool. Right. So we need to go back to like map, wherever that is. Here, we need to say color. Let's like run this, and we should get effectively 2 biomes, and we should still see that same layout of having like grasslands sort of everywhere with the height and do that, and but like really obviously deserts, and there's obviously it's not going to be. Oh, did I spell that wrong? I probably did. Yeah, I put it color, not colors. Thank you. Yeah, so it should like not have an obvious hole in the ground, because that obvious hole in the ground was more to say like the rain suddenly dropped in intensity, not that there was an actual physical hole in the ground. So apparently it stops growing grass, but it doesn't actually become. Fuck off. It's kind of funny, but also, god damn it. Well, I mean, it's doing what it's. I did tell it that like. Why does grass always win? Right. I need some way of saying that fucking. Look, plains, please. If this is less than your fucking minimum, you return none. You do not get. Now that is going to cause the issue of it. It's going to suddenly, like, if the plains and the deserts have different heights, you're going to just suddenly drop, like, change heights, because it's like it's a binary on or off. So apparently we're still not fucking rolling deserts. Do they not like have the same number? I guess not. Wait a second. Well, that would explain why we never fucking got any deserts. I think I just realized. I think I have desert configured to be like, it has to be negative. God damn. Like, technically they should be the same, because that means they transition at exactly the same threshold. So it's one or the other. That would be why we weren't getting deserts, is because we would never roll a negative fertility. Do we have deserts now? We do. Now, annoyingly, negative deserts never roll. And we're still getting badlands somehow. The fuck's happening in these places? I guess he must be getting grassland in the desert, where it's got like a low enough fertility not to show up the fucking grass. Alright, so for some reason deserts just always return sand, like flat sand. It's a bit strange, but... So, why do you always just return... You get the ground height, and then you sample the ground height. Like, why do you always just fucking flat? I've probably fucked up this somewhere. Alright, where are the plains? How do they do it? Look, we're just gonna copy exactly the same code into the desert. We're just gonna paste that code, except we're not gonna sample fertility. We say ground level is ground level, and if I legitimately do not care, and then don't care, and then we say sand. Does that work? Maybe? I don't think you actually use any noise, does it? Because you just get your block height from your neighboring block. Now I feel like it's going to be made of stone now. Yeah. Also, again, why? Why are you not sample properly? What is your problem? You sample the ground height. I guess the ground height doesn't change very much. Why do the planes get to do it? Outside of the fact that they fucking sample much further. Why do the planes get to do it? They sample their ground curve. When I sample my ground curve, they sample -31 to 31 linear. And what's the desert sample? Exponential. Okay, linear, please. That would explain why does the desert even have a soil curve? You know what? Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, because your fucking soil curve is sand, isn't it? Is if true y is greater than or equal to minus sand depth, which is noise dot like sample get fuck you origin no, it's I vec to new like origin dot x, origin dot z, then we pass in quality. Wait, no, what? Yeah, we just get that, and then we're just gonna say, can you get me I guess like ground height 2. Alright. Let sand depth equal. Alright, sand sample equals this. I need to, like, again, I need to make a much better way of doing this. And then we like set sand depth is fucking sand curve and then sample and then clamp between 0 and 1. What do you mean? What can this curve even roll? It can roll 0 to 16. No, just it can only roll 0 to 16. You're fucking crazy. Okay. Alright. Yeah, okay. So we have our sand, and our sand depth is variable, and we go, hello, please tell me that the fucking deserts work now. That'd be really funny if that's part of why my problems kept happening. Other things that I was doing is because it's like when I was sampling the depth of the deserts, they were just fucking everything up. Because effectively deserts were flat. Deserts apparently still fucking flat. I mean, at least they appear to have variable sand heights. But like, that's just flattening the desert. Wait. What? Why does it work for the grass but not the desert? I will never know. Is the grass doing something different, like when it samples its height? Maybe? No. Okay. Fuck you, desert. So I don't want the desert to necessarily no, it's the plains. We don't want the plains to necessarily return none when it's below its minimum rainfall. We just want to return some. Rainfall divide what times by 0.5. Because I think otherwise, like, again, like, rain will always win. Especially with how aggressive rain shadow is compared to see, now the desert has some fucking weird ass dodgy shit in it. But I'm almost certain that's because grass is getting in there. Not because it's actually fucking generating correctly. Why does it? Why? Why you do this? It probably has something to do with the fact that fucking fertility is sampling the same desert level, like, because it's sampling ground height. Which would probably mean that, like, effectively whenever the desert's getting sampled, it can only ever be desert where the ground is relatively flat. Wait a second, that's the opposite. It should only be able to be desert when the ground's relatively... Anyway, I don't fucking care at this point. Fertility, this is sampling plains. Alright, I want to go mountains. I want to stick mountains back. I want to say, hey, mountains, can you sample ground height? And we can say, like, hey, if G is greater than, like... 2.2. Yep. And then you basically... Wait, doesn't there only return... I mean, that's how you determine your strength, is that it's just one. Just return G, please. Effectively, I'm saying, like, don't put mountains unless the ground is relatively high, but then after that, like, just sort of like, you know, no, please don't go back to doing the block. Ground height, and then do ground height, and we sample your ground height. Sure. I think I learned that this is not a good way of doing this, because what ends up happening is, okay, yeah, this is again, we need to have a separate thing for selecting versus strength. So what this ends up happening is that the mountains kind of become very jarring. Also, apparently, like, never happens. Apparently, there are just no mountains. Yeah, so cool. Fine. If ground has less than 0. God, I hate this so much. It is like, it doesn't roll numbers nicely. I'm fairly sure it's got something to do with, like, the more octaves and the more lacanacity, and that, like, the more you end up with a situation where it's like numbers just never happen. Okay, what the hell? Why am I? Also, can I get you to stop generating? What is this gradient at? First of all, why are you even getting generated? Oh, because it's the fertility, isn't it? It's calling it. Yep. Right, I don't need you doing that. Okay, so mountain. Hello, yes, mountain. Can you please tell me when you get picked? Print line. Am I ever rolling greater than fucking 0? I guess it's always greater than 0, but like... the answer is no. Excuse me. You what, mate? Ground height. Negative lowest possible. Yep. Okay. So you're saying you just, like, never in your entire life. What? Excuse me? You've just never once rolled a positive fucking number? Oh, wait. Or I never turned fucking mountains on. That seems more likely. Yeah. Cool. That seems much more likely. Hello. Yeah, so the issue is, like, setting the mountains to, like, less than a certain amount. It's basically saying that the mountain can't have any contribution unless the ground is a certain point, which means that basically the ground ends up with a huge fucking step in it. Like, it's guaranteed, like, when I do this, it's guaranteed that the mountain will have a massive step, because as soon as the mountain starts contributing, it contributes at 30% power, or like 0.3 of the power. See? So this is guaranteed to happen every single time, because I'm basically saying that no matter what, the only part of the mountain is 0.3. So, like, it can never reblend. Also, rain shadow. The grass is all fucking dead behind the mountain because rain can't get through. It's also dead that way, which means that it should be nice and lush this way. Yeah, there's no desert this way. That's all dead. Yeah, so what annoyingly we have to do is basically say the mountain has to transition at 0. So I definitely 100% need a priority and a strength. And the priority being like, I could put 1 million there to basically say, I guarantee that this biome is this thing. And then I need to say like, but this biome only gets a 30% impact on the fucking ground height, or like 0% with like rivers and lakes and stuff. Whereas like, I don't actually want the river and lake to set the height, but I want it to be a river or a lake. Anyway. I still have no fucking idea what's happening with these deserts. I think I'm not blending them properly. I also don't really know what's happening. Again, this is like some kind of issue with the Perlin noise where, excuse me? Oh. Yes, of course. That's like a spot where the desert became, like where it became thing. Anyway, look, rain shadow. Ew, kind of disgusting. I need to fix that. Yeah, that's a bit. Yeah, okay, we're gonna work on that next. Like, and then the stream's gonna end. So what's happening is that effectively, the rain shadow is occasionally picking the grasslands to be the stronger biome, and so they're actually getting to like dominate the height that the mountain gets to be at, which is then fucking the mountain up. That's why they look so choppy, like in one direction but not in the other. Is it like there's a rain shadowy error happening that way? So, I mean, the way to fix that is just to say strength and priority are two separate things, which probably should have done ages ago. So biome descriptor. So we have a strength, and then we're going to also have a priority. Priority. Same difference, and except a priority. Okay, strength is always going to happen. Strength is F32, right? And then a priority is optional. So basically the idea being that priority is the equivalent of saying, actually, in that case, we should probably just make priority like a U, maybe an I8. A non-zero and option non-zero. U8. Right. Option non-zero U8 means it's going to use a U8, but if it returns 0, it's saying no, you are not an actual biome that gets to exist. Right. How do you fucking work? Calculate biome. So calculate biome takes in a biome and it does a biome thing. So top 3. So this is your priority, which makes you like a non-zero U8. New unwrap. I don't like have to new unwrap that, but anyway. So okay. No, just make it fucking just make it a U8, you piece of shit. Why am I making this hard on myself? So strength, we say, hey, it's actually priority. Get your priority, please. And then we say, okay, so first off, let's go back to you. Let's correct you to just being a fucking, just return a U8. And if it's a 0, you just don't do it. Anyway. My thing was like, you could return an I8, which means that like basically you're saying if it's if the biome's too much in one direction, you can be like, actually, I want it to go down, but I still want, like, you can still be picked. Mismatch type, yep, found option. Okay, so let P equal priority, descriptor is self. Then if P does not equal 0, if P is greater than top, right, you do that. So effectively, we just swap that whole thing out for P, except now we need to come down here and we need to say, hey, so get the biome, get the weight. I actually don't. Okay. So first off, you should probably be like a as U32. Maybe. I don't know if I need this bit anymore, because this is effectively saying, like, the priority is 0 between 0 and 255. And the idea was, like, I needed to correct for the fact, like, if you return a 10, I want you to be a 10. But, like, you could just... Like, you let TW equal 0, right? And you say, oh, it's, sorry, 0. And then we say, hey, get the biome from the box. And then we say, b dot strength. And we pass in I back to new x, z, right? And then we pass in descriptor, which is self. And we say, I guess, wait, just no, strength is returns, okay. So we say, let s equal, and then we say tw plus equals s, not absolute. Right, and then you say that, wait, what? Where's W coming from? Right. Right, ground is biome height. S times biome height. Right. I do feel like there needs to be some kind of scaling back down, but we're going for now. Now we're going to pretend like we don't need to do that. And then we don't actually need the weight, because the weight is purely just used to make sure that we capture the top 3. Okay, then we say top, then 0, 1, and then ground level. So that should fix all of my fucking issues where, like, hey, Badlands, your fucking strength is, F32, and your strength is 0, I guess? I guess. And, but, like, your priority is 0. Like, you never get picked, which makes me think that I should definitely tweak priority to be like negative to positive, so I can like say that the Badlands actually do happen. Okay, so the strength of the debug biome is 1, as in it has 100% impact. F32. This is your return of 1. Thank you. Okay, and then your priority is 100 U8X. Right. So if I call debug biome, I want the debug biome. Like if I ever spawn debug biome in. Because that should actually be really good, because then like I can actually like tweak the debug biome to do certain things. Okay. So your strength is just it is 0 if rainfall is below minimum, otherwise it's just the absolute value of the rainfall. But yeah, then you look, your FN priority is so actually, I mean, fertility, and then we can say, I guess you just return rainfall, which is actually fertility. Don't mind the fucking naming scheme being stupid. Okay, so we say let rainfall descriptor fertility. Yep. And then if rainfall is less, oh, we're in the desert. If rainfall's greater than max, then you return a priority of 0. Otherwise, you return a priority, I'm gonna say not max. You know, maybe there's like priority like 3, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I need to make the priority be like a multiple of the fertility. So like you take fertility and you go like, hey, if you're doing this, actually we could say that like that R equals a descriptor.get rainfall, like this, right? And we say, hey, if R is greater than maximum rainfall, then you return 0. Else you return strangely 128 minus rainfall times 128 as you eat. So I think fertility can't be negative, right? So what I'm saying is, like, if you happen to roll a fertility of 1, you don't get to be a desert. But like the desert basically is like really powerful. Maybe we should be like, maybe like 64 and 54. So the idea is, like, at high fertilities, the priority of the desert's actually lower. But the desert also can't appear if the rain is too high, because two other things. Lake. Okay, so strength. F32. So your strength is actually just 0. The lake never changes the fucking ground height. This is what I was having that issue with before. But your FN priority is let rainfall equal descriptor dot. No, please actually get the rainfall. Rainfall, and then if rainfall. Yeah, sure. Rainfall times 64. So basically, the higher the rain, the more likely to rain, the more likely you are a lake. But the lake has 0 impact on the actual height of the ground. She's going to be a little bit strange, but you know, you're right. You're right. So your strength is just yep, and then so you say, hey, if your strength is less than 0, okay. I actually think that you should just always return G. Well, actually, can I just always say that your strength is 1? And then priority. Wow. No, actually, we probably want to say, like, just return G times 2. Right. But we're going to say let descriptor G, and then say, ooh, if G is greater than like 0.3. So G times 2. And then your priority is this, else that. Okay, and then oceans. I kind of feel like I don't want to fucking bother with the oceans, but anyway, F32. We should just take the same thing as mountain, but we invert it. Paste that in there, and we say, hey, actually, your negative G times 2. That's your strength. Actually. Sure. Sure. And we get planes, and we say, hey, planes. So again, strength is the actual amount you impact the ground, and priority is just this. And we say, hey, if rain shadow points is if rainfall is less than rain. If rainfall is less than normal rainfall, otherwise your rain will times 64. Right, return that. Sample that. I don't actually know what you're sampling. Strength curve? Sure. I actually wonder what this is going to look like. Probably should have, you know, like, committed before I did this. Anyway, grass is looking promising. The grass seems to have died. There's a fucking massive hole on the ground. Well, the mountain's a little bit, yeah, strange. The mountain's got the same problem as before. I don't know why I'm talking about that. My brain just wants to keep my mouth half shut for some reason. Yeah, so the mountain has the same problems before, where the mountains can get much taller though. Where they're effectively only allowed to be selected when the ground is above a certain threshold, which is pretty easy to fix. In that we just go mountain and we just say, hey, mountain. You just like anytime that G is greater than 0, your priority is just G times. Because that's what the problem was, is that it was not selecting mountain unless the amount that the mountain was going to impact it was at least massive. Which, I mean, there's a... Ooh. These are kind of... Ooh. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, actually, these aren't mountains, these are hills. Right. I just thought in my head, like, how to... So, I'm going to go Control-C. Control-V. Right. Then we have to go up here and fix all the places where it says, hey, you can't do this. So this is mountain. Let me just, like, get that name, please. So the difference is I actually want to keep that one, so I'm going to call that one mountain. They're called hills now because they're nice and smooth. I just thought of how we can fix the mountain so that the mountain actually can fucking have steep mountains. So we're going to say, hey, if the hills probably need like slightly lower priority, so I'm going to say that hills only get a priority of like 64, and the reason the hills only get a priority of 64 is that I actually need the mountains to be able to outweigh them, and the issue is that the hills will always get the same priority as the mountain. So the mountain's going to be 128 times, the mountain's going to be times G, but we're going to say that you will have to be G, if G is greater than 0.3, but now your G minus 0.3 times 2. So what we're saying is you cannot be a mountain unless you're greater than 0.5 G, right? Because we only proc mountains occasionally, but when we do proc mountains, we're going to pull them down so that basically the mountain starts at 0 when G is 0.3. We start mountain at 0, and then as we go up, the mountain goes up. Fuck it, we can even go like times 3 because we guarantee that your number is slightly smaller. So that should also mean that theoretically we should always hit hills and then mountain, which should actually fix the problem in the first place, because it means that effectively we can have a transition into hills into mountain, and the mountain should just be steeper. Apparently not. Apparently not. What is going on? Well, we hit a tiny bit of mountain there. So I need to separate hills somehow. I need, like, do I have a different block that I can make hills? Hills? Right. Hills need to be... Okay. So mountain needs to be 256. 55. And hills need to be 100, I guess. So I think what's happening there is the hills don't actually win over the... Well, it's like 200. So... My other thing is, though, is because we actually have the hills to do the transition, it may be possible to say, just leave mountains doing mountain things, so that mountains are guaranteed to basically be quite fucking tall. Okay, so I need to... Ooh. I don't think we're actually ever striking hills. Well, I know we're never striking mountains. I reckon if I come up here and said... First up, hills, we probably want to say, like, can only go up to, like, 300. And I probably also want to, like, say that they actually don't pull down as hard either. The issue is they're also sampling the same thing. Where is my block thing? So I'm currently setting all of them to snow. I need all of the hills to be... stone? Which is interesting, we're going to have this... We're going to have grass up to a point, then it's going to go to stone, and it's going to snow. So this is working great. Yeah, see what I mean? We're never actually getting mountains. So what I'm going to say is actually that, first off, I think in theory we could just get rid of that. But, okay, so did I give too much power? Too much. Okay. So you are effectively G times... Why are you never winning? Because, like, you're just G times a higher number. Wait, let's go back to 128. Unless it's, like, rolling over. Well, the other options were just like never hitting the mountains at 3. I think that might be the other option. So are we ever triggering mountains? I guess if I do this and be like, hey, mountains, you ever actually happening to be got? Like, you should be, but like, maybe you're just not. Yeah, mountains just never win. Like, they never get their strength called, which means they're priority. Does that mean we just never... Is 0.3 like way too fucking high? Let's say like almost certainly do that. Excuse me. What the fuck do you mean? Okay. When I check your priority, can I be like, please be like print line checking info? Maybe don't sample the noise twice, but that's fun. So it's going to print a lot, but okay, apparently not. Oh, I hate when I keep doing this. I just changed it, so I was going, why is it working? Because I never fucking put the mountains back into the fucking map. I couldn't put fucking hills on. Hills. And now I have to go check everything again. So mount. Right. Where are you pulling these fucking biomes from? So we have hills and mount. Let me come back here and we say, fuck you. Mount. Okay. You can do this, and then it's gonna... I'm gonna preemptively remove that bit of fucking code, because I suspect that you're going to start spewing everywhere. I reckon we say that you have a priority 255. I don't actually mind what you end up being. Then we're subtracting 2. We're saying anything greater than 0.2, subtract over 2. I don't think we need this anymore, because I think the something's still calculating the mountains. God damn it. Go away, close. Fuck, I can't read that. What's it saying? So the mountains are rolling like 0.2. Interesting. Anyway, we don't need this. I'm curious. So, the mountains seem to always be winning now. The hills win down like here. Like, I think these are the hills, right? The hills win out down here, but like the mountains immediately win out over here. So what we can do is we can say, hey, actually, like mountains, you start like much higher up. Right, so I think what's effectively happening is it's probably ending up that if we strike mountain... Yeah, there we go. Okay. So the hills pull up, then the mountain gets to skyrocket the height. Like that. But if we subtract 0.3 from the mountain's height, then the mountain... Oh, it's not its strength. Effectively, we need to sum all 3 strengths and all 3 heights, I guess. So we've kind of got it. Where, like, we're just not getting the same... Well, fuck me, what a colossal mountain. Jesus Christ. I think that's kind of the point, isn't it? Like, what we need is to be like, actually, you're like minus 0.3 and then 0.5. So the most you can be is like... So then we times you by 2. So the idea is that like you can be 0 to 1. And then you can be like, hey, if it's greater than 0.5. I'm just trying to make the mountains actually just the top. Cubic in. You should be like cubic in out. So now I've effectively removed the really tall because it just never rolls that high, which is kind of annoying that I have to try and track down exactly what numbers that fucking noise can roll. So hills is effectively G times 2. I'm just curious. Wow. Wow, you got tall quick. Wow, these mountains get fucking tall. So, I don't actually know. Maybe the mountains are getting way too tall. So maybe I should go exponential. Exponential now? I think because cubic's even faster than exponential. And so okay, I don't care. So down here somewhere. What is it? So we need to change this to like point. You need to be like 0.3 and 8.3 and then times by 3. 3. Like let's do 1.5, I guess. The idea being that if you're greater than 0.3, when I subtract 0.3, you can be anywhere from 0 to 0.6. The G minus 0.3 can be anywhere from 0 to 0.66 times by that can be anywhere from 0 to 1. And then add our 0.33 back. I don't want to sample everything a million times because what I'm going is like I need to sample the ground height and the strength. Then we sub in the strength. Then we divide the. Because each. Yeah, okay. We could probably do that though. I feel like this is where it hit mountain and it suddenly became greatly tall. We are most definitely not touching mountain. Oh wait, I guess probably still not quite making it. So let's go back to like 0.3 minus 0.3. We also probably don't want you to 3. We probably don't want that bit. And again, we kind of need to go back to you and be like, you're the one that picks the biome, right? No, it's this. Right. Down here, when we pick the biome, all we need to do is say let mute out equals yeah. So 0 and 0 by 3. Right. And so you go, hey, for the top 3, can you say let biome. So strength. So you need to be dot zip dot into iter dot zip out dot iter mute. And then it needs to go biome, don't care, and then you are no, you should be fine like that. What am I doing wrong? String what? Close. So it's comma. Right, you're probably just naming it strength. So it's not that it's P and B. So B, so we get the strength and like H, I guess. And then we say, hey, so P equals, no, P equals, like so. And then we go, hey, new total strength equals, and then H, dereference, H equals biome sample self, right? So get the strength, get the ground height, then here, then we say, let ground level equals out.fold, right? So accumulated, so you have this, you accumulated, so your P power H height. So accumulated plus power divided by total strength times H. Lovely. So you fold that together, then you stick the ground height in there, and then we go, please let this work. So effectively what I'm trying to do is be like, I can now return any value from strength. I don't have to be like, it has to make sure that it adds to 0 to 1, which means that we can effectively give mountains infinite power. So when the grass spits back that it has a strength of 10 and the mountain spits back it as a strength of 100, it means that the mountain gets to decide 10 times as much the ground height, even if it doesn't actually win the biome. And we got back our fucking spiky mountains. But now we need to go back to tweaking the biome thing so that like we actually, because now the grass is having such a tiny impact relative to the things. So first off, why do plains have such a tiny influence? Because they're effectively just getting, what is your strength? So if your rainfall is less than minimum rainfall, well, you should never be doing this. So this is just a complete waste of compute. So it's 1 minus t minus 1 over this clamp. This makes and then you say your strength curve and you sample it. Right, what is your strength curve? It's like between 0. Okay, no, wrong. We want to go pure strength curve, and we want to say that the strength curve of a plains is like 1 to 10 exponentially in. We might need to say exponentially out, I'm not sure. Something tells me that the grass might be winning here. For some reason, the grass gets to win right at the top. I do really like to look at these fucking spiky ass mountains, but hey, look, we've got mountains in the middle now. Right. Are these deserts? What the fuck's going on? What? Did I just get a really short mountain? What the hell? Why? Okay. Very interesting. I feel like it might be the other way around. Exponential out. Because I think what's happening here is that the grasslands basically get like really strong power when it's nice and wet. But as they get closer and closer to the mountain fucking starts to win, and then suddenly like fucking as soon as there's no rainfall, yeah, now they're the opposite. Now the fucking grasslands get to crush the mountain. But that does mean that we get to do like we basically get to say like first off, you can just return G times like 10. But the idea is that you won't kick in. You can't be a mountain unless the G is greater than 0.3, and at which case the minimum the mountain can ever fucking fight back with is like a lot. Could mentally do it like 3.3 or something is like the minimum that a mountain will give you. I still think grass is probably it's done the same thing where it's like as soon as the mountains kick in, mountains get to just dominate the height. But like your strength is this, so your priority. So basically, as soon as you kick in, you're guaranteed to get it. Why are hills not doing hilly things? Because their strength is just G times 2. I'm gonna say actually hills. Oh, how did I do that? The fuck? Okay. So I'm gonna say like I'm going to like 0.1 maybe. So we're running into that same issue of like, so you can tell where the hills, suddenly it's high enough to be hills. Right, so what we need to do is actually give hills a curve, soil curve, ground curve. I mean, they could probably sample the ground curve. Anyway. Hills need a strength. Right, go to the plains. And go to plains also need a strength curve. You need a strength curve. You also don't need these two numbers. Thank you. No. So you vary from like, okay, I feel like the strength curve should probably still be like set from 0 to 1. So your exponential out. And then you're also exponential out. Right. So then you would be strength curve dot times a half plus a half. Okay. Actually, we're gonna say if G is greater than like negative 0.1. And then you say so. Let. No, you return this, please. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it doesn't like whatever I've done there. Right. Yeah. That's because you just are stoned. I guess you don't return stone. You return. Honestly, this bit doesn't get done anymore. You're either dirt. And your stone. It kind of needs to sample something else, but I'm not entirely sure what it's going to sample. Right. Last track at it. I kind of just want to get the mountains back to fucking working. So, right. Well, I mean, this is kind of working. I think the exponential's not working. I think the hills are the actual, the dirt is the hills. So we want to say exponential in, not exponential out. I guess technically be exponential in out is I think what's happening is like Yeah, I think we need to say like the hills get to exponential in out, and the plains also probably need exponential in out. I think that might be part of what our problem is that like we're effectively saying that the plains it's a little bit too aggressive. I think now it's probably that the mountains need to also sample a strength curve. Annoyingly, I think all of them having their own strength curves is not the best approach, in that we should probably have like a curve sampling thing of being like, please sample between A and B. Oh, wait, add those back. Add that in. So you also like because they're all going to be sampling like exponential in, exponential out. I'm just going to say that you sample self dot strength curve dot sample unchecked. But you know that, okay. So first off, let G no. So you need to be I know that G is between 0 and 1, which means that I get to go something like G minus 0.3 times so if it roll a 1, times 0.5. So at the highest it can be that, and then we can just add the 0.3 back. I guess like 0.66. So the idea is we subtract the 0.3 off, which gets us between 0 and 0.7. We multiply that by half, which gives us between 0 and 3.5. We then whack that back on there and sample that, I guess. I don't know. This is all just seeming a bit stupid now. I need graphs and shit to know what I'm doing. See, it's still got that same kind of fucking issue. Where as soon as it hits that, oh, I can be a mountain, it fucking skyrockets. Except actually, this one's probably more like when it hits, can I be a fucking hills? I guess because when it can be, right, it can be both. Maybe we don't add that bit back. But we get to multiply u by like a bigger number, multiplied by 2. I guess that makes sense, because what we're saying is that we want to take that number, yeah, and we want to multiply by 1.5. So the highest that can be is let's say 66, because it makes the math easier. If we multiply by 1.5, if it was 66, it would become 1. And if it was lower, like it would become a lower. So the idea is like, if it became 0, it would like roll a 0. And we could also say that this samples from like 0.5 to 1. So like, no matter what, it's like half power. But like, this should mean that like, we don't immediately step up to 100% mountain. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, because like basically we still want it to be from 0 to 1. Because I'm going, oh, but then you have no mountain. But that's the point, is that like our issue is that we effectively still fucking doing it. We flatten to the mountain, but we effectively still go from no mountain impact, no influence whatsoever of the mountain. Mountain has no influence. Mountain has no influence. Mountain. Fucking mountain has like massive influence. That, or that one's not the mountain. That one could actually be that we have the mountain and the hills. So if I turn the hills off, is it the hills that is causing that massive step, or is it the mountain? I think it's the hills because it's happening too early to be the mountain. Like, it could be like the conflict between the two. Okay, so now, apparently, the fucking... Ooh. I think that might be our rain shadow coming in. So, the fucking grass is winning. Why is the grass winning? What is the grass sampling between? Grass is sampling 0 to 1. Why is the grass, like, then just, like, crushing? I assume because the grass is just using its raininess. Oh, okay, wait. So what we can do, I guess, is then say... Like, theoretically, we can still go to the mountain. We can still say, like, hey, mountain. Times this by, like, 10. Effectively, that's how quickly the mountain gets to take over. But we still want the mountain to start from 0. Because the issue we're running into is basically the mountain doesn't kick in until the mountain's minimum strength is, like, ridiculously high. Now, because we're subtracting that and doing that, the mountain should kick in. Nope, apparently. Fucking, what do you mean? Well, okay, so mountain is fucking winning. Why is grass still getting such a massive input? I don't get why the grass gets to fucking still dominate the fucking height. That or the mountain is having such an impact that, like, if we come over here, we can find out a... No, it's I was going to say, like, it'd be weird if, like, what's happening is that the grass is, like, the mountain's just pulling the grass height up. Why? Why do you get to basically win? Fuck it. Mountain is linear. I need to actually look up what these curves look like, because it could be that they need to all be exponential out or we need to be exponential in. The idea being that, like, when you're basically 1, you need to just basically return 1, but, like, if you're only a little bit, you need to return only a little bit. Okay, so linear kind of gets what I want. So it must be exponential out. It was whatever the grass was set to originally, because exponential out tells me that, like, when you're 1, you basically return 1, but then you sort of taper really slowly. But it could be exponential in, which is that, like, basically, like, until you get very close to 1, you effectively... Ooh. Okay. So, and then if we do exponential in... But the other option is we also probably need to turn grassland into linear as well. Or is it cubic? Okay, so cubic in out. Cubic in out, I think, means that, like, when you're far away, you don't get priority. When you're close, you get lots of priority, kind of thing. Like, it's like a logarithmic curve where it's like it transitions quite sharply in the middle. Nope. I need to plot these fucking things. What was planes originally? What was this? It was apparently exponential in. Okay. Exponential in. Through the fucking chunky ass mountain in the middle there. Okay, so exponential in means, from what I remember, like, effectively, the closer you get, the closer, you very quickly grow to 1. It's like exponential in. Exponential in. Maybe we should just Google these curves. Cubic in out using. Curve. Cubic. Okay. Turn around to this fucking mountain. So it's obviously still very much wrong, but like, I guess what happens then is we get exponential. So just out of curiosity, this is what I'm looking at now. So what we kind of want is like quad out, I think. So the idea is that if we give it 1, we basically get 1. Exponential out. I think cubic out might be the best. The issue with the cubic is I think it uses like higher math. So it's like if we don't actually need to use it, we probably shouldn't. Right. So you should be like cubic circular. Okay, fine. Then call circular out. Ooh, using square roots. So circular out, which should give us a nice curve. And then we need to go to the planes, and we also need to say, hey, you're circular out too. Because I don't think circular in is quite slow and then suddenly, whereas we want quite sudden and then slow. Circular out. Okay. So 1 should return as 1. Circular out looks pretty good. I feel like they need in outs, because otherwise you end up with this. Like, you can really fucking clearly see the shape of the curve. Like, it's quite clearly steep and then flat. Which is why you need the in out, so that like it effectively blends into the... The other thing is, we need to go back to mountains and say that mountains don't get 10 times the influence. Because I think that might be why it's so like abruptly, like suddenly the mountain rises out of the ground, is because the mountain could abruptly rise out of the ground at like 10 times the power it should be rising out of the ground. So that's made it flatter, but I do think we need to like circular in, circular out. Maybe like, okay, let's go to mountain and go like cubic now. I also don't like be careful not to pick one. God, it always takes so fucking long. I was gonna end the stream like 2 hours ago. Right. So you doing cubic in, cubic out just fucking gives us flat mountains again. But what if we make the planes the same? Cubic in, cubic out. Like, is it that we just have to kind of match the curves? I don't think so. I think what's happening is that the mountain no longer ever gets to a point that it can overpower the fucking thing. Which is why I'm thinking circular might be the best. Yeah. Because as soon as you give it that, like getting in the middle, it's like, oh, it gets really high, but like you can't kind of have any kind of like linearness, because otherwise the grass just fucking eats it. I think it's because the grass is also just like got a flatter curve. Oh, it's the Quinn. I don't think it's gonna fucking make any difference. What's that? You better be fucking changing the mountain. Hey, mountains. Why are you getting like a strength of fucking nothing? Did I not put the thing in time? Nope. I don't know what this fucking formula is, but anyway. It looks fancy. Like exponential, but it's like steeper in than it is, and then it flattens more at the top. So it's like this one here where it's like, so it goes like almost, so it's like a steep linear and then it flattens out as it gets to the top of the curve. Well, I guess the trick would also be to give each fucking each biome its own thing. So that the plane's getting the quint out. The issue is that I think that what's happening is that the fucking planes are winning. Like, if I don't give the mountains an immense amount of power, like the mountains need back in mountains. Back in. That's how mountains get their height. Back in just means it goes slightly negative and then basically shoots straight up, which should give it like a mountain shape with a little like recession where the mountain came from. The issue is that I don't think it ever gets near 1. So we're obviously getting close to a G of 3. But I think we need like G of 3. I know he's like clamp this between 0 and 1. Like maybe it's just like we're never getting a really high number. So the mountains are like, we start the mountain, we win the mountain, priority, great, like your mountain. But like then the mountain just like immediately can't keep up with the grass. Like even though I times it by like 100, it appears that the maximum the mountain can ever spit out is 1. Ooh. It appears also that we're fucking up the mountain's ground height somehow. I guess, because that's actually that could be part of our problem. And this is plains, mountain. Doesn't mountain sample its ground height? We take ground height, and we do this, we do that, we do this. So the issue with this is that we guarantee the ground height is so we need to be like, do that to get ground height between 0 to 1. No. We need to say u minus 0.3. Because we never get a negative ground height. That gets you back to 0. And then we times by 1.5. Interesting. That's very strange. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with my fucking strength curve. We should probably also stop having negative numbers in our strength curves. But, fucking 700. Nope, multiply by 100. It's multiplied by like 10. I think the issue is that when it's clamped, it's basically getting 0. Right, I need to just pick one and stick with it. So, what I just said linear. My issue is that, like, it's quite clear that fucking rain is just winning all the fucking time. Or, like, so, like, biome thingamabob, the planes are just, like, they're destroying the ability for anything else to be done. So, this should hopefully be, okay, so I think this is getting you between 0 and 1, and then you're sampling 0 to 1. So your strength should be 0 to 1. Even I'm going to actually move the clamp down here so that I know that, like, we're clamping you to 0 to 1. Right. Don't think that's how you do that. So you can do that. You can. Okay. Mountain. Cubic in. There's a cubic in just means it gets steep pretty quickly. Okay, so the back in, we don't want back in. We want to go. What if we just use the linear for it? I don't think it's correct, but. Why? Can you just sample G, please? My issue with this is I'm almost certain this is going to result in you just never getting. Yep. The same fucking thing happens. Or effectively. If they all just return 0 to 1. I'm almost certain that your result is 0. G minus 0.3 times by 1.5. Technically, it'll let you result like higher than 1, but that's fine. So that should then result in you being basically smooth. So what it needs to be is we need to effectively drop They only need to be blended when they're like exactly half. I think part of what's going wrong is that like it's not really winning. So you need to be like exponential. Exponential out, which means that basically just a tiny bit, like the first bit you're 0 and then you're 1. Except actually, because you're a mountain, I actually want you to be the other way. I want you to be exponential in. Because exponential in means that we like grow slowly, and then when we're like, so basically when we're at 0.3, we're basically very little impact. Effectively still 0, and then as soon as we get close to another one, we sort of skyrocket up. It doesn't really do anything, it's the issue. Like, so between 0 and 1, like, what seems to be happening is that the planes are just winning. Maybe we need an extra biome so that the value isn't just like, is it plains or is it mountains? Like, because they're not just battling on the same terrain is the issue. Like, I want to use the priority somehow. So like once we've decided that it's a good block, it's a good biome, then a good biome gets multiplied by a good strength. And I can't math it in my head. I mean, we do have access to the priority, like we could just multiply. Wherever that was, you know, like map gen, it's like all the way down here. Like here we say our total strength, and we say, hey, total strength plus equals P. So can we say that like P W, you know, like times by W as F32. So the idea is like the more we prioritize it, the more we get the strength. The issue is I feel like it's just the same thing again. I'm just bringing to the issue of like, because the strength is 0 to 1, and we've given it a priority of like this is like, if we pick the block, it'll be really, when we pick the biome, it's really strong. But it results in like grass just kind of winning all the time. Exponential in. Mountains are also exponential in, which makes sense. Like as you get closer and closer to being that biome, you get more and more inputs of that biome. The issue is we're just getting that same concept of like, you're sampling 0 to 1. I think I'm like multiplying by something. That's probably just not the right thing to be doing. You know. So I think multiplying by W is like it's like cancelling out, where it's like you're determining 2 different ways of giving it the strength, but it's still just going to result in the same thing. But effectively, the mountain is just crushed because the grass is too good. Now maybe it'll work better with more biomes, but like the idea is because we're just not using graph. Like we're not just using height. It means that it's possible for the grass to get a huge weight on top of the mountain, push the mountain down, because the grass is just preferred over the mountain. Like we kind of need like 3 biomes. Also, it's a possibility that like the desert is winning in some of these, like the desert. Actually, we should probably check that before I go messing with anything else. Is we need to go like, don't do badlands, don't do hills, don't do desert. The possibility is that the desert's also causing an issue where it's like it's never becoming desert, but the desert is actually like weighing it down, so it's 2/3 plains, like it's only like 1/3 mountain, and that's why the mountain isn't very tall when the mountain wins. It's because like it's desert and mountain. No, it's still fucking flat. First off, if we get rid of plains entirely and then do it again. Like if we just do hills and mountains, it should be very well. It's effectively yep. Right. Well, I guess that's the other thing, is it? I'm gonna also add a little extra map height just so I can look at that. 6. It's actually interesting, isn't it? These kick in, but like the mountains are almost effectively flat on top. Why is the mountain so flat on top? Cubic in, maybe it's cubic out. No, I haven't changed that. I cannot, for the life of me, work it out. Okay, why is the mountain getting like? Okay, so can we let s equal go here, and then can we like info mountain strength? 30 being like, what the hell? Why is the mountain so weak? The only other option is that the other one's really strong, but like, still, as soon as mountain wins, it's effectively flat. Right. So by looking at that, it appears that we're effectively like just never getting a high mountain. So what we're gonna do is instead we're gonna go like assert s is less than 0.5. Effectively, do we ever sample this at a point that like the mountain ever gets any weight whatsoever? The answer is no. Does the mountain ever get like even 20%? The answer is also still no. So a cube multiplied by 15. Multiply by 15. Apparently the mountain's still, well, there we go. So it is now possible for a mountain to get more than 20%. Can I get more than 50%? Yes, I can get more than 50%. Okay. So I guess we will hear the assertion and see what the mountains look like. Now I do feel like I probably need to clamp the mountains now. I've been doing it unchecked, so it doesn't actually matter. Effectively, like the mountains can just win way more powerfully than otherwise necessary. Also, why are you negative? Am I sampling? That would explain, right? So you have that little bit of negative so that you can because you only start a third of the way along. Look, we're still fucking sampling. Negative. Right, just sample G. I don't get how you're effectively getting a negative number. When are you adding negative round? G times 3? Now mountain, like 100%. Yeah. Why is mountain negative? What the hell do you use then? Apparently you're exponential E now. So it appears that like what the issue maybe. This is gonna make mountains flat on top. Why are they negative? Because the other thing is having such a large impact that like as it becomes more mountains. Okay, so why are you so fucking strong? So the hills have the same curve. Exponential in. I think all of them just need to use exponential in. As soon as you exponential in out, you start resulting in this. Put it on the mountain. Stop printing out the ground height, please. What the fuck is going on? So you're sampling like negative, aren't you? That's probably part of your fucking problem. Okay, so hills. Oh, we're just adding a half. Yeah, that's probably not good. All right, so your priority is just, yep, if you're this, okay. So then you say, hey, noise, plus 0.1, because you can be negative 0.1. That should get you back to 0. So now you're at 0. And then I guess like times 0.9. And then we say sample t dot clamp 0. Right. So exponential in. Right. So that does mean that like this stuff is like striking apparently nothing. That doesn't make any sense. Right. And now mountain actually gets to be priority. Okay. This is so fucking confusing. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Okay. So the same thing happens with you. You've been minus 0.3 because like that you guaranteed to be that, which brings you back to 0. And then we multiply by 1.5 because that guarantees this, and then we say g dot clamp between 0 and 1. So you do get to sit at the top, but for whatever reason, you're just very flat. And I'm assuming this is because it strikes nothing. Alright, so then so effectively what's happening, I think, is that like we kind of just like never stop dumping like a lot of amount. Like what do we do times 2? Exponential in. Okay, actually, what we need to do is get the priority and say hills. Hills do not continue up forever. That would probably help. Again, the hills take the mountain even higher, which is so confusing to me, because why the fuck are the hills got... Maybe because they're getting further into their curve? Anyway, I'm gonna say, hey, if you go to this also apparently you guys can have a negative priority. It's kind of concerning. Maybe that's got part of what was going wrong. Not really likely, but okay. So kind of just feel like they need to just win. So n and g is less than 0.4. Then we just say g plus 0.1 times by 128. Wait. Does that work? Does that make any fucking sense? In. It's still fucking doing it. So you take over 0.4. What if I said that you take over like 0.2? So you take 0.2, which means that you can be from 0 to 0.8. And then you clamp G. Why? Why does the mountain... Why does the hill need to be fucking higher than the mountain? Hence, as it becomes more mountainy, it actually gets lower again. What is your problem? Hill. Then the hill samples the ground height. Because it fucking doing that again. Alright. When you get the ground height, you plus 0. You plus 0.1 times Okay. Well, at least these mountains get to fucking rise up higher. You're effectively almost always flat. Okay. How the fuck do I make the mountains higher again? I didn't think that I want that exponential. Sine in. Circular in. Cubic in. Quad in. Ah, where's the mountain? Mountain? Mountain, your ground curve is exponential quadratic in. Quad in. I think it's quad in. Right. So quad in is basically like it never sits flat. It just sort of starts ramping up and then it's basically linear in the out direction. Doesn't seem to really make that much of a difference. I think again what's happening here is that the fucking these hills are like dragging it down, as like you can see. When it starts getting like really dominant, it starts to win. Then we need to go to U and say that your ground height is also sampled. Yours needs to be more smooth, like it needs to be like, okay, so find exponential. Okay, exponential now it's almost flat in the middle, like, so we want something more like sine out. No, it needs to sweep upwards, so like circular maybe. No, it needs to be like quad in. Quad out. Trying to work it out because the issue is that the mountain needs to line up with it. So if I said that the mountain was something and then the hills something else, it results in this like weird thing where it's like if these were quad in and the mountain was quad out, it would work perfectly because they like lines perfectly up. But I need it to be like quad in. So the quad in means that like it's basically going to be like fairly flat and then almost like extremely steep towards the end. You son of a bitch. I don't know if this is because the mountains haven't been any taller. I'm trying to work out if the stones got really deep. I don't think it has. How did that make you win? You didn't change the fucking amount that you get to influence things. And you don't have a negative values. How are you getting to fucking put more influence in than the... What the fuck? Finding out. I'm clearly not understanding how these fucking curves work. Anyway, I really do need to call it for today because it's been way too long. Got this shit to be done. Well, it kind of works. Nice fucking... nice tall mountains. Okay. It's annoying to give anyone these black fucking mountain. Anyway, I'm following it. Thanks for tuning in. I fucking don't know what I'm doing. Like, alright. Stream. Push because I don't care. Alright, thank you for tuning in. I will see you probably